spot working in through the inner loop. Engstrom 2.9 back. Balatico 3. Ogdal 4. 3, 4, 5, 6 working through the chicane down the straightaway. 4, 5, and 6 working through the keyhole. We got DePinto still in that top spot. 4 seconds up on Engstrom in the 2. Balatico 3. Ogdal 4. Rona 5. Larry 6. Brandon 7. Jesus 8. King 9. Rona making the pass up to that 3 spot. Ogdal in the 4. Balatico down to the 5. Battle for that 3 spot, the closest one on the racetrack as they work in through the keyhole. Rona getting loose. Oh, Ogdal catching the curb. That's going to allow Balatico up to the 4. Ogdal down to the 5 spot. Meanwhile, up front, DePinto holding on to that top spot. He's got a 5-second lead over Engstrom in the 2. Rona 3, Balatico 4, Ogdal 5, Larry 6, Brandon 7, Jesus 8, King in the 9. Battle for that 4 spot right now. Closest on the racetrack in through the inner loop. Balatico in the 4, Ogdal in the 5. Ogdal looking inside and out, trying to find a way around through the chicane. They work. Keeping it clean, nice, clean, racing down the straightaway they go. Larry saying, you guys race it out so I can catch you. Meanwhile, up front, Joe DePinto in through the inner loop. Got clear track in front of him. Second place, Jake Engstrom in the 2, 6.5 seconds back. Drag Rona in the 3. Rona's trying to close that gap on Engstrom. It is 1.8. But meanwhile, 4, 5 down the straightaway, 6 right there as well. Ogdal's moved up to that 4 spot. Balatico in the 5. Larry in the 6. In through the inner loop they go. Ogdal a little wide. Balatico took a look through the inner loop, unable to make the pass. Ogdal catching the curbing. All right. Give that position back. Give it back. Give it back. Talking about. There we go. Thank you very much. One car gives the position back.
Wasn't freaking clean, but yeah, we're 5 laps later. Hold on. Well, who is the leader?
Car 2 is your leader. Down the straightaway he works. That of Joe DePinto. Engstrom in the 2. That is the running orders 2, 8, 5, 9, 6, 1, 10, 4, 7. Minute 45 left to go, drivers.
We still got to watch traffic. I'm going to give one of the guys out of tech.
DePinto still in that top spot, 5.5 seconds up. Rona now in the 2. Engstrom 3, 6/10 separate second and third. Pick that battle up as they're crossing the line. Rona in the pink and white. Engstrom in the white and black. Through the chicane they go. Down the straightaway. Looks like Rona's starting to pull away from Engstrom just a little bit. Larry in the 4. Diaz 5. Balatico 6. Brandon 7. Ogdal 8. "45 seconds left to go, drivers. Careful through the chicane. We are clear. 30 seconds on the race clock, drivers. DePinto looking to take A1 here. as we're 15 seconds left on the race clock. Less than 10 drivers. DePinto working in through the inner loop. Now in through the short chute. He goes in through the chicane. Down the straightaway he goes. That is the race clock. Everybody finish the lap they are on.
Jesus Diaz done. Dave Larry done. Joseph DePinto done. John Balatico done. Brandon Diaz done. Greg Rajana done. Dennis Ogdal done. All drivers are finished. Jake Engstrom done. The race is completed.
That's right. He missed the whole loop. I'm not going to count that as a lap. If he missed, he missed.
All right, drivers. Set your cars down. And post-tech. Back out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 2. 21.5 touring non-timing. A 1 main.
Rona will be in the middle. Depend.
On the first lap, I got pushed inside the loop.
Out of the scoring board. Out of the scoring board. All right, so runner will be in the middle. The Jesus right here by me. DePinto over by the Portalettes. Michael Bruce entering the chicane. Brandon Diaz over by the scoring trailer. Or, I mean, the Trinity trailer, I'm sorry. Balatico in front of the driver's stand. King will be over here in the keyhole. Jake Engstrom in the middle of the... There we go. Dave Larry on the backstretch. And Dennis Ogdal in the short chute. All right, we got everybody checked in, guys.
That's exactly, but I think he got bumped by DePinto from behind right here. That's what I was calling for you.
Yeah, I didn't see it. So.
Well, we got to please help me keep a better eye. If anything you see, call it. I'd rather call
Down on it. All right. So we'll set the grid. Starting in the 10 spots, going to be Ashton Brinson. In the 9, Jeff Flassick. In the 8, Rich Bamler. In the 7, Ken Moss. In the 6, Furman Walker. In the 5, Billy Spence. In the 4, Clayton Young. In the 3, Chad Peets. In the 2, Jarrett Parsons. In your 21.5 touring car, TQ, Craig Xavier. All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your 21.5 touring car A2 or A1. Good start, guys. Good start. We have Xavier out in that early lead. Parsons 2, Pete's 3. Parsons trying to put some pressure on Xavier coming in through the keyhole now across the line. Xavier in that top spot. Parsons 2, Pete's 3. Young 4, Walker 5, Moss 6, Bamler 7, Flassick 8, Spence 9, Brinson 10. Down the straightaway they work. Top 3 cars starting to work on a breakaway. Young trying to hold on to that top pack as they work in through the inner loop. Now through the short chute, in through the chicane they go. Parsons all over the back bumper of Xavier. Taking a look on the outside down the straightaway. Unable to make the pass. Xavier holding it in nice and tight. Coming around through the keyhole now. Crossing the line. Top 3 cars separate by just 1.2 seconds. Walker in the 5. Moss or Flassick in the 6. Bamler 7. Moss 8. Spence 9. And Spence in the 10. Find that battle back up front. Xavier in that top spot. Young's moved up to the 2. Young catching a little bit of curbing through the chicane. Parsons in the 3. So the battle right now is for second and third as Xavier trying to check out here with a minute 20 down. 4:40 left to go. Race 3, Formula 1A. You are in tech. Xavier still in that top spot. Young Parsons crossing the line. 2/10 separate second and third into the chicane. They go down the straightaway. Parsons closing that gap, coming to the line. Taking a look on the inside through the inner loop. Unable to complete the pass. Young holding off that 2 spot. Parsons checking up not to run into the back of him, coming on the straightaway. Parsons getting a little squirrely coming out of the keyhole. That's going to allow Young with a little bit of breathing room and going to put Walker right on the back bumper of Parsons. Xavier in through the keyhole, starting to get through traffic. Moss, you'll have second, third, and fourth coming up on you here shortly with 2.5 down, 3.5 to go, drivers. Xavier now starting to stretch his lead out to 2 seconds. Young in the 2, Parsons 3, Walker 4. Thank you for moving over. I did not see anything there. But it looks like Walker's now up to the 2. Young in the 3, Parsons 4. Xavier maintaining that top spot, 2.5 seconds up on Young, Walker in the 2, Young in the 3, Parsons 4, Bamler 5, Flassic 6, Moss in the 7. Two, three, 4, still battling out in through the inner loop and working this short shoot in through the chicane. Walker holding on to the 2, Young 3, Parsons 4. .225 left to go. Drivers Craig Xavier holding on to that top spot, still 2.5 seconds up on Walker in the 2, Young 3, Parsons 4. Parsons trying to close that gap now in through the inner loop, trying to find a way around Young. Young holding it tight, not allowing Parsons to get a chance through. Oh, we got issue in the inner loop. That was Young. Now Xavier in that top spot. Careful coming to the line. 1 upside down into the line. Careful coming to the line. We are clear. So now running orders, Xavier in the 1, Parsons 2, Walker 3, Bamler up to the 4, Young in the 5, Flassic 6, Moss 7, Brinson 8. As we are approaching the final minute. One minute left to go, drivers. Xavier holding on to that top spot. 3.5 seconds up on Parsons in 2. Walker 3, Bamler 4, Young 5. Pick your leader. Craig Xavier up, working in through the keyhole in front of scoring stand, crossing the line now in through the inner loop. Jarrett Parsons crossing the line now. Furman Walker crossing the line now. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. Bamler Young closes battle on the racetrack through the short shoot in through the chicane with 25 seconds left to go. Young making the pass, coming off the straightaway. Now Young up to the 4, Bamler into the 5. Flassic 6, Moss 7. Less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. That's the clock.
Clayton Young done.
Race it to the
Rich
line,
Bamler
guys.
done.
Race it to the line.
Jeff Flassic done. Kenneth Moss done. Craig Xavier done. Jared Parsons done. All drivers are finished.
Craig Xavier's going to win A1 of 21.5 touring car Jared
race is
Parsons in the 2. Furman Walker 3. Clayton Young 4. Rich Bamer 5. Jeff Flassick 6. Ken Moss 7. Ashton Brinson 8. Billy Spence 9. Chad Peets in the 10. Set your cars down in post tech. Come back out and Marshall.
Marshalling for Jeff Flassick.
Okay.
What spot is he at, buddy?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good.
I'll call it out.
Good. Thank you.
It's posted up.
Still shows race 1.
Up next, race number 3. 25.5 F1 non-timing.
It just takes a while.
A 1 main.
But the live should always be live. I'm not talking about the results.
Yeah, I don't know. The camera guy. All right, we're going to have Xavier here by me, Parsons by the Portalets. Pete's will be entering the chicane. Young over by Trinity Trailer. Spence will be in the middle. He'll cross over after the start. Walker in front of the driver's stand. Moss in the keyhole. Baimler in the middle of the chicane. Flassick on the backstretch. And Brinson will be in the short chute right where you're right in the short chute. Ashton. Ashton, you passed where you're supposed to go. Yeah, in the short chute over here. All right. Got everybody checked in. All right, who's standing in the middle? All right, Maj, you're supposed to be in the keyhole. Not where that pipe is. Yep. All right, we'll set the grid. Starting in the 10th spot, Dave Larry. In the 9, Stephen King. In the 8, Franco DeSidero. In the 7, Juan Lopez. In the 6, Robert King. In the 5, Sean Wager. In the 4, Chad Neweiler. In the 3, Andy St. Germain. In the 2, Brandon Diaz. In your TQ for F1 is Jesus Diaz. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your Formula One A1. It's false start, jump start. Car 1, that is a jump start. We're going to go ahead and regrid them. You do it again, you go to the back. I said if he does it again.
Yeah, but it didn't come out. The again didn't come out.
Once again, this is your warning card number 1. Happens again, you will go to the back. All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your Formula One A1. Careful through the keyhole, guys. Careful through the keyhole. And right in front of the scoring stand. All right, we have Jesus in that top spot. St. Germain 2, Lopez 3, Neweiler 4, King 5, Desidero 6, Larry 7, Brandon 8, Wager 9, King 10. Jesus Diaz holding on to careful through the keyhole, guys. All right, Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Neweiler in the 2, Lopez 3, Desidero 4, King 5. We're followed. Careful coming to the line. Careful coming to the line. Looks like we got a broke car coming to the line. Careful coming to the line. Go high to the line. Now stay low to the line. Low to the line. It is clear. Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Neweiler 2, Desidero 3, King 4, Larry 5, St. Germain 6, Wager 7, Brandon 8, King 9. Jesus Diaz 2 seconds up on Neweiler and 2, Desidero 3 seconds back from Neweiler. The battle is for that 4 spot between Wager, King, St. Germain, Larry. As they work in through the inner loop, those 4 cars nose to tail, all 4 position through the chicane. Wager holding on to that 4 spot. St. Germain in 5, King 6, Larry 7. Careful through the short shoot, guys. We are clear. Keep it clean, guys. Two and a half, 2:35 down, 3:25 left to go, drivers. Your leader, Jesus Diaz. Jesus Diaz coming on this straightaway. Your leader, Neweiler, in through the chicane in that second spot. Desidero 3, Wager 4, Wager closing that gap. It was less than a tenth last time by. Wager moved up to that 3 spot. Desidero in the 4. King 5, St. Germain 6, Larry 7, Brandon 8, King 9. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. 3:40 down, 2:20 left to go, drivers. Careful through the chicane, careful through the chicane, careful exiting the chicane. We are now clear. Just under 2 minutes left to go. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. We got big battle going through the short shoot. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Use good driving down the straightaway. They work. King up to the 4. Desidero 4. St. Germain 5. Brandon 6. Larry 7. Desidero holding on to that top spot. Just careful through the inner loop, guys. We got one stuck in the pipe. We are clear. Your leader on the backside of 4th place of Desidero, working in through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. 3.7 up as we are 1 minute left to go, drivers. Brandon Diaz up to the 5. St. Germain 6. King 7. Larry 8. King 9. Your leader, that one car, Franco, that is your leader right behind you. .30 seconds left to go. Chad Newweller in 2. Sean Wager in 3. Now Diaz up to the Brandon 4. Desidero 6. St. Germain in 6. Larry 7. Down the straightaway battle with 15 seconds left to go. 4 through 7 battling it out, coming across the line. Less than 10 on the racetrack. This is going to be their final lap. As they work into the chicane. Brandon in 4. Desidero 5. St. Germain 6. Larry 7. That's the clock. Finish the lap you are on.
Jesus Diaz done. Brandon Diaz done. Franco Desiderio done. Andy St. Germain done. Dave Larry done. Chad Newweller done. Sean Wager done. All drivers are finished.
Jesus Diaz takes A1 for Formula
race is
1. Newweller in 2. Wager 3. Brandon 4. Desidero 5. St. Germain 6. Larry 7. King 8. Robert King 8. Stephen King 9. Juan Lopez in 10. Set your cars down.
Next, race
And
number
back
4.
out and Marshall
21.5
race number
USGT
4.
A 1 main.
Get him turned on, checked in. All right, so Jesus will be here by me. Brandon over by the Portalettes. St. Germain entering the chicane. Wager, Newweller by the Trinity trailer. Wager will be in the middle. Rob King, you'll be in front of the driver's stand. Juan Lopez will be in the keyhole. Stephen King, you'll be on the backstretch. Franco Desidero in the middle of the chicane. And Andy St. Germain, you are entering the chicane. And Dave Larry right there. Help me out right there. You're on the other side. On who? Yeah, you are over in the middle of the chicane over there. Okay, thank you. All right, drivers got everybody checked in. All right, Sean, you're going to cross over after the start for me. We'll set the grid. Starting in the 8 spot will be Chris Leach. In the 7, Ralph Nitzel. In the 6, Yulin Rodriguez. In the 5, Todd Sowich. In the 4, Richard Johnston. In the 3, Ivan Dixon. In the 2, Jeff Flassick. And your USGT TQ is Ashton Brinson. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your USGT A1. All right, Brinson able to hold on to that top spot. You got Flassick right there behind him in the 2. Johnson 3. So it's enough for Rodriguez 5, Dixon 6, Leach 7, Nitzel 8. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Up front, battle for that top spot. Brinson in the 1, Flassic in the 2 as they cross the line in through the inner loop. They go. Now, careful coming to the line. Stay low coming to the line. We are clear. Brinson hold on to that top spot. Flassic in the 2 through the chicane. Flassic trying to close that gap in between in the chicane. Flassic goes a little wide off the straightaway, giving Brinson a little bit of breathing room as they cross the line. Let's call it 0.4 of a second as the separation out through the short chute. They work in through the chicane. Brinson hold on to that top spot. Flassic in the 2. Johnson 3. Soich in the 4. Dixon in the 5. Rodriguez 6. Nixel 7. Leach 8. Meanwhile, up front, that battle working in through the keyhole, getting ready to come up on traffic here in the next lap or two. Minute 40 to go. All white car of Ashton Brinson through the chicane, followed by the blue, orange, and white of Jeff Flassic down the straightaway. Minute 50 on the clock. Thank you very much there, Chris. Good courteous driving as they go in through the inner loop. It is a half a second separate. Top 2 cars in through the chicane. They go down the straightaway. Careful in the chicane. We are clear. Brinson holding on to that top spot. Flassic 2. 0.4 now. Flassic able to close the gap just a little bit. That lap down the straightaway they go. Nitzel, the leaders will be coming up on you here in just a moment. The 2 cars behind you are your leaders. Thank you very much. Down the straightaway, or short chute, they go in through the chicane. Flassic closing that gap down the straightaway. They work. Flassic going wide at the end of the straightaway, allowing Brinson to pull away just a bit. It was 0.2. Let's keep it at 0.2 this time by. Down the straightaway they go. Brinson, Flassic, 0.2 separate top 2 cars as they work traffic. Down the straightaway, Brinson now 1.1 up after some contact, incidental contact it looked like. Brinson hold on it. Brinson in that top spot. Flassic 2. Johnson 3. Dixon up to the 4. Soich 5. Rodriguez 6. Nitzel 7. Leach 8. Your leaders working the chicane, getting ready to come up on more traffic at the end of the straightaway. He moves over, gives them plenty of room. Thank you very much. Flassic trying to close that gap. It was 0.8 now. Let's make it 0.6 of a second with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Race 5, you should be through tech. Brinson holding on to that top spot. Flassic in the 2. Crossing the line. 0.4 of a second is the separation. Brinson 1. Flassic 2. Johnson 3. Dixon 4. Soich 5. Rodriguez 6. Nitzel 7. Leach in the 8. Meanwhile, up front through the keyhole. Flassic closing it in. Crossing the line. Let's just make it 0.2 of a second in through the inner loop. Flassic right on the back bumper through the chicane. Trying to get a run onto the straightaway. Flassic keeps it tight, keeping it close. Coming off the straightaway. I'll catch a little bit of curbing coming across the stripe. Let's make it 0.3 of a second with 1:20 to go. Down the straightaway they work. Brinson in that top spot. Jeff Flassic in the 2. Brinson putting another 1/10 on him, so now 0.4 is the separation. As we are approaching the final minute. We are in the final minute. 1 minute to go, drivers. Flassic catching a little bit of curbing through the keyhole. That's going to allow Brinson go out to now a half a second advantage. Brinson in the 1, Flassic 2, Dixon up to the 3, Johnson in the 4. Soich in the 5. 40 seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, up front as they cross the line, Brinson holding on that top spot. 0.6 back is Jeff Flassic. They're getting ready to come up on some traffic with 30 seconds left to go. Your lead is coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Next car they see will be Sowich. Careful, careful. That is your leaders. That's going to allow Vlasic to close that gap with less than 10 on the race clock. They're going to get this and one more lap in. Vlasic taking a look on the inside, coming to the line, unable to make the pass through the inner loop. They go in the chicane down the straightaway. Brinson catches a little bit of curb. Vlasic on the inside, taking a look on the inside. Brinson looked like he had a little bit more horsepower, working into the keyhole now. To the line. Vlasic takes a look to the line.
Ashton Brinson done. Jeff Vlasic done. Todd Sowich done. Ralph Nitzlow done.
And everybody is done.
Chris Leach done.
Branson's going to end up taking it. Vlasic in 2, Dixon 3, Johnson 4, Sowich 5, Rodriguez 6, Nitzel 7, Leach 8.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 5.
Set your cars down
5 touring non-title.
in tech.
A 1 main.
Right back out to Marshall. We'll have race 5. So Brinson will be here by me. Vlasic over by the Portalettes. Dixon entering the chicane. Johnson over by the Trinity trailer. Sowich will be in the middle. Rodriguez in front of the driver's stand. Nitzel in the keyhole. Chris Leach will be in the middle of the chicane. Richard Johnson, you by the Trinity trailer. Over there. No, there's no break between 5 and 6. You need to try to get somebody to marshal for you, please. Ivan, you are entering the chicane. So at completion of this race, there will be a 5-minute break. All right. So we got our marshals in place. I need one over by the Trinity trailer. All the way, are you? Yep, all right. All right, we're going to go ahead and set the grid. Drivers starting in the 10 spot will be Jimmy Morris. In the 9, Billy Spence. In the 8, Michael Hanlick. In the 7, Troy Schaefer. In the 6, DJ Apolero. In the 5, Corey Recker. In the 4, Corey Parsons. In the 3, Craig Xavier. In the 2, Dave Vera. And your TQ for 17.5 touring car is Mike G. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your 17.5 touring car, A Main, A1. All right, we have G in that top spot. Veer in the 2. Xavier 3, Record 4. Parsons 5, Apollo 6, Morris 7. Hanlick 8, Schaefer 9. Hanlick in the 9. Schaefer in the 10. Spence in that 8 spot. Meanwhile, up front, Mike G, back bumper of Xavier. 50 seconds on the race clock, drivers. G holding on to that top spot. Vera 2, Parsons 3, Apolero 4, Xavier 5, Record 6, Spence 7, Hanlick 8, Morris 9, Schaefer 10. Pick that battle for 5th up between Xavier and Record. Through the chicane, they work. Meanwhile, your leader, 4.5 seconds up on Vera in the 2. Xavier holding on to that 5 spot. Record 6, Spence in the 7. Your lead. And with 10 seconds left to go, drivers. Mike
Michael
G,
Honulin
that's
done.
the clock. Mike
Dave
G
Vera
coming
done.
down the straightaway.
James Morris
Off
done.
the straightaway, working
Corey
in through
Parsons
the
done.
keyhole.
Troy Schaefer done. DJ
Crossing the
Bolero
line to
done.
win a
Craig Xavier
one
done.
17.5
Corey Record
touring
done.
car.
Billy Spence done. All drivers are finished.
Mike G is
done.
going to win a 1. Vera in the 2. Corey Parsons in the 3. DJ Apolero in
race
the
is
4. Craig Xavier 5. Corey Record 6. Billy Spence 7. Hanlick 8. Morris 9. Schaefer 10. Set your cars down. Come back out and Marshall
Up next,
GT12
race number 6.
A1. You will be
GT12
on the
Main.
line. Yes, yes. There is a 5-minute break between from race 17.5 touring cars to GT12 A Main. There is a 5-minute break. Yes. All right, we got 3 minutes till we start this next race. There'll be another 5-minute break in between race 6 and race 7. All right, let's start getting my marshals back out here. Mike G will be here by me. Veer over by the Portalets. Parsons will be by the Trinity trailer. Apolero will be in front of the driver's stand. Xavier will be entering the chicane. Record will be in the middle. Spence will be on the backstretch. Hanelick in the middle of the chicane. Morris will be in the short chute. Schaefer in the keyhole. You're about to get punched.
break in between.
I understand that. Do you have an idea of when the next one will be? The next round will start?
No, I don't. After whatever race.
Okay.
There's this race, a 5-minute break, and then there's no break until race the
I'll look it up.
set between 17.5. Okay.
I'll look it up.
I don't mean to be an asshole.
That's all right.
All right, let's get my marshals out here. Let's go. He's in front of the driver's stand. So, Mike G here by me or representative. Veer by the Portalettes. Corey Parsons by the Trinity trailer. Apolero in front of the driver's stand. Corey, you're in the middle. But you'll cross over after the start. Craig Xavier going to be entering the chicane. I see him over there. Billy Spence on the backstretch. There we go. Hanlick in the middle of the chicane. Morris in the short chute. Troy Schaefer in the keyhole. So where is Mike G or representative for Mike G? Got everybody checked in. Let's bring them to the back stretch, and we'll set the grid. All right. Bring them to the back stretch, guys. Bring them to the back stretch. Let's bring him to the back stretch. All right, starting in the 10th spot will be Bill Fraden. In the 9, Ken Moss. In the 8, Franco Centenaro. In the 7, Chad Newweiler. In the 6, Sean Wager. In the 5, Patrick Perkins. In the 4, Mike Bean. In the 3, Richard Johnson. In the 2, Brandon Diaz. And your GT12 TQ is Jesus Diaz. How's the grid?
It's good.
All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. Then, Jimmy, you're supposed to be in the short chute. Sorry, that's what you were asking me. I'm sorry. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your GT12 A1.
Good start.
All right, got the word. It's a good start. Got Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Brandon Diaz 2. Johnson 3. Bean 4. Down the straightaway 1, 2, 3, 4. And working the keyhole. Jesus Diaz starting to put a little bit of breathing room. Now Brandon all under attack from Richard Johnson down the straightaway. They go. Johnson tapping the outside wall just a bit. Brandon holding on that top spot. Catching on curb. Johnson getting loose. That's going to allow Bean up to the 3 spot. Johnson down to the 4. Perkins right there in that 5 spot. Wager 6. Centenaro 7. Moss 8. Neweiler 9. And Fraden 10. Jesus Diaz holding on that top spot. Mike Bean making a pass into the chicane up to that 2 over Brandon Diaz. So Bean up to the 2. Brandon in the 3. Johnson 4. No, we got one upside down. That's going to move Johnson up to that 3 spot. Perkins 4. Wager 5. Moss 6. Centenaro 7. Neweiler 8. Brandon down to the 9. Fraden in the 10. Johnson getting loose through the keyhole. That's going to move Perkins in that 3. Wager 4. Johnson 5. Moss 6. Meanwhile, up front, Jesus Diaz holding on that top spot. Mike Bean in the 2. Perkins, Wager, Johnson, Moss. We got 3, 4, 5, 6 through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Next 4 cars are battling for position. That is 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, up front, Jesus Diaz starting to stretch his lead now. 2 seconds over Mike Bean. Perkins 1.9 back from Bean. Wager enough for Johnson 5. Moss 6. Newweiler 7. Centenaro 8. Diaz 9. Looks like Moss falling off that battle. Newweiler up to that 6th spot. But we're going to go 3, 4, 5 down the straightaway. Johnson's moved up to that 4th spot. Perkins trying to hold on. Give it back. Give it back. Thank you. Now Wager up to the 3. Perkins 4. Halfway drivers. Careful in front of the scoring stand. We are clear. Two and a half to go, drivers. Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Bean 2, Wager 3. Careful in front of the scoring stand. We are clear. Jesus Diaz 2 seconds up on Mike Bean in that 2. Your leader into the chicane. 2nd place into the chicane. Sean Wager in that 3 spot. Perkins in the 4. Battle 3rd and 4th through the chicane. Coming up on traffic. Down the straightaway they go. Just under 2 minutes left to go, drivers. Newweiler in that 5 spot. Brandon Diaz in the 6. Got traffic. Got that train working traffic as well. Three, 4, 5, 6 getting through traffic into the chicane. They work. Looks like Newweiler moved up on Spence. Now Spence takes it back. So Spence into 4, Newweiler 5. Newweiler with a little bump on Spence. Backs off. Let Spence keep going. Good job as we approach the final minute. Brandon Diaz up to the 5. Newweiler in the 6. We are 1 minute to go, drivers. Jesus Diaz still in that top spot. Bean 2. Wager in the 3. Through the keyhole. Perkins 4 right behind him. And Brandon Diaz 5 working in through the inner loop down through the short chute. 7/10 separate 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Down the straightaway they go. 30 seconds left to go, drivers, as they work in through the keyhole in front of the scoring stand and crossing the line. Wager holding on to that 3 spot. Perkins 4. Brandon Diaz in the 5. 20 seconds on the clock, drivers. Spence taking a look on the outside down the straightaway. Unable to make the pass. Taking a look on the inside, catching curb in the keyhole. Wager able to hold on. We are less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. Thank you. That's the race clock. Everybody finish the lap you're on.
Sean Wager done. Patrick Perkins done. Brandon Diaz done. Kenneth Moss done.
Looking for
Chad
one more to
Weller
finish
done.
up.
Franco Santana
And
done.
everybody's done. Jesus Diaz is going to win your GT12 A1.
Done.
Mike Bean in the
The race is
2. Sean
concluded.
Wager in the 3. Patrick Perkins in the 4. Brandon Diaz in the 5. Chad Neweiler in the 6, Richard Johnson in the 7, Ken Moss 8, Franco Centenaro 9, Bill Fraden in the 10.
Up next,
All
race
right, we're
number
going to
7,
have a 5
Mod Touring,
there's a
a
5-minute
1 main.
break in between this race and race 7. Make sure you take your cars to Post Tech. Your cars go to Post Tech.
So that 12 steel car of Jesus Diaz just does not lose corner speed in the corners. He has any timing or any extra power than anybody else. He just never slows down.
Exactly.
That's their issue.
Yep.
No, we got $166 in the 50/50.
That'll be split, or that's the winner.
It'll be like $80.
All right, guys, 50-50 is up to like $186. So they'll be splitting that. Race 7 should be making their way through Tech. We'll get race number 6. Start making your way out to your turn marshaling spots as we have 3 minutes left. Diaz will be here by me. Bean over by the Trinity trailer. Wager in front of the driver's stand. Perkins will be in the middle. Brandon Diaz by the portalettes. Chad Neweiler in the keyhole. Richard Johnson entering the chicane. Ken Moss will be on the back stretch. Franco Centenaro in the middle of the chicane. And William Fraden in the short chute.
You can't see anything except that little bit of straightaway right there.
Right. I mean, anti-definite about it. Yeah, well, and that's what.
Mike Bean, you're by the Trinity trailer. Patrick, you're going to be in the middle, but you'll cross over after the start. Thank you. Race number 8, 21 5 touring car C Main. You will be up next.
because I get told, keep telling different things every 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm about to punch the motherfucker.
All right, my marshals should be in place. Jesus Diaz needs to be right here by me. Got being over by Trinity Trailer Wager in front of the driver's stand. Thank you, Perkins in the middle. Brandon Diaz by the Portalets. Chad Newell on the back stretch. Chad, you're supposed to be in the keyhole. Yeah, you're in the keyhole, Chad. Richard Johnson entering chicane. Yep. Ken Moss is on the back stretch. There he is. Right there. Go. Turn. No. Turn. Turn. There you go. Right where that pipe is. There you go. Franco Centenaro in the middle of the chicane. And Bill Fraden in the short chute. And where's Jesus Diaz? Oh, okay. You're standing back. I can't see you there. All right, drivers. Let's go ahead and get them turned on and checked in. All right, look for a check for Isaacs, Adams, and Panzica. All right, we have a check from everybody. Bring them to straight away. We're going to set the grid. Starting in the 10 spot will be Monty Panzica. In the 9, DJ Apolero. In the 8, Lex Tyler. In the 7, Dave Vera. In the 6, Corey Parsons. In the 5, Corey Reckert. In the 4, Chris Adams. In the 3, Felix Law. In the 2, Mike G. And your mod during RTQ, Sam Adams. Or Sam Isaac, sorry. I guess I'm ready for the day to end already.
It's your race.
All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you... What'd you say?
I want to keep it clean. I don't want to have to restart.
Keep it clean, guys, at the start here. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your modified touring car, A1. Awesome start, guys. Awesome start. Have Isaacs in that top spot. Okay, for coming to the line. Isaacs in that top spot. G2, Law 3. Adams in the 4, Record 5. Vera 6, Apolero 7, Tyler 8, Panzica 9, Parsons 10. Meanwhile, up front, we have Sam Isaacs holding on that top spot through the inner loop. Careful here in front of me. We are clear. That's going to move you up to the 5 record, down to the 4s record, catching a little bit of curbing coming through the keyhole. Sam Isaacs holding on to that top spot. Mike G, 7/10 back. Law in the 3. Adams, 4. Vera, 5. Record, 6. Apolero, 7. Tyler, 8. Parsons, 9. Panzika, 10. Your leader, Sam Isaacs, crossing the line now. Mike G in the 2, 8/10 back. They start to separate themselves. Felix Law in the 3, Adams in the 4. Law Adams battling out into the inner loop. 2/10 separated 3rd and 4th last time by. Isaacs holding on to that top spot. Mike G in the 2. Law and Adams battling out into the inner loop. That gap between 1st and 2nd stabilizing about 8/10. Adams taking a look on the inside down the straightaway. Unable to make the pass. Law holding on to that 3 spot. Adams in the 4 as they work into the short shoot, into the chicane. Law in that 3 spot. Adams 4. Up front, your leaders in through the chicane. It's 7/10. Sam Isaacs holding on that top spot. Careful through the keyhole. Careful. Got a body tuck. Careful in the keyhole. Body tuck on that car. Up front, Sam Isaacs, Mike G. 2nd and 3rd starting to work through traffic as well. Let's make it 9/10 now. Isaacs got a 9/10 second lead over G in that 2 spot. Maintain 9 seconds. Law and Adams nose to tail through the inner loop, down through the short shoot for that 3rd spot. Down the straightaway they go. Adams taking a little look on the outside, unable to make the pass. With 2:20 left to go, drivers. Isaacs and G now 7/10 separated them last time by. G trying to make a run here with 2:10 left to go. Meanwhile, Law and Adams battling it out for that 3rd spot, nose to tail in through the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand and crossing the line. Isaacs, G crossing the line. Let's make it 8/10 of a second. Separate top 2 cars as they work in through the chicane. They're going to catch some traffic here shortly. Law in that 3 spot. Adams 4, Vera 5. Vera trying to claw himself into that battle for that 3rd spot. In through the chicane they work. Isaacs, G, 8/10. Tyler, that will be the 5th place car right behind you. Thank you. As we approach the final minute, Isaacs, now we are in the final minute. Isaacs in that top spot. G2, Law 3, Adams 4, Vera 5, Record 6, Apolero 7, Tyler 8, Panzika 9. Pick your leaders up through the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand. Now crossing the line, Sam Isaacs in that top spot. Mike G in the 2, Felix Law 3, Chris Adams 4. Through the chicane they go. 3 and 4, nose to tail like it's been almost the entire race. 30 seconds on the race clock. And through the short shoot, meanwhile, up front, Isaacs maintaining that now half a second lead last time by. Let's make it 1 second now. Meanwhile, Law and Adams nose to tail, less than 10 on the race clock. Sam Isaacs crossing the line, going to get one more lap in. So will G. Battle for that third spot, crossing the
Felix
line.
Law
Felix
done.
Law.
Chris Adams done.
Finish your
Dave
lap,
Barrett done.
drivers.
DJ A.
Meanwhile,
Bolero
up
done.
front, Sam
Lux
Isaacs
Tyler
through
done.
the keyhole. In
Monty
front of the scoring
Panzica
stand,
done.
crossing the line to win
Corey Ricker
A1. Mike G
Samuel
in the
Isaacs done.
2 spot.
All drivers are finished. Mike
Felix
G done.
Law will be in the 3. Chris Adams 4. Dave Vera in the 5.
The race is
Corey
complete.
Reckert in the 6. DJ Apolero in the 7. Lex Tyler in the 8. Monty Panzica in the 9. And Corey Parsons in the 10. Set your
Up
cars
next,
down. Come
race
back
number
out
8.
and Marshall.
21.5 touring non-timing.
Race number
C
8.
Main.
Let's get them turned on and checked in. Our 21.5 touring car C Main. All right, so my Marshall, Sam here by me, G by the Portalettes, Law entering the chicane, Adams by the Trinity trailer. Vera will be in the keyhole. Record in the middle. Apolero on the backstretch. Tyler in the middle of the chicane. Panzica through in the short chute. And Parsons is in front of the driver's stand. DJ, you are on the backstretch. And Record, you are in the middle. All right, we got everybody checked in. Get my marshals in spots. Let's go, guys. Dave Vera, you're in the keyhole. Back, turn around. Right over here. Yep. All right, we're going to set the grid. Starting in the 6th spot will be Will Sheffield. In the 5, Joshua Victamini. In the 4, AJ Cunnington. In the 3, Marcus Merriweather. In the 2, Henry Culpepper. And in the 1 spot will be Pac Lee. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your 21.5 touring car C Main. Oh no, dead car at the start. Oh, we got one. Careful through the inner loop. We are clear. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean.
Shit, you might as well tell them they get a prize for hitting every car out there.
All right, we got Cunnington in that top spot. Victamini 2, Lee 3, Merriweather 4. Culpepper in the 5. Victamini in that top spot, 2/10. Oh, your leader on the pipe. That's going to change some things up here. We're going to have to see how it goes. This is race 8, race 9, GT12 B Main. You are in tech. Victamini in that top spot. Merriweather now 2. Lee 3. Cunnington 4. Culpepper 5. Victamini holding on to that top spot. Merriweather 1 second back. Lee just 4/10 back from Merriweather. Minute and a half down, 4.5 to go. Drivers, Victamini still in that top spot. Merriweather in that 2. Lee 3. Culpepper, Cunnington in the 4. Culpepper in the 5. As your leader working the short chute. 2nd place through the short chute. 3rd place through the short chute. As we are 2 minutes down, 4 to go, drivers. $2.10 down, 3:50 left to go. Victimini still in that top spot. Merriweather in the 2 lead, 3. Cunnington 4, Culpepper 5.
Jeff decided there was a penalty after the race had finished, and so he wants me to change the race, edit the race. I go into race editor, and I can't. It won't let me change anything. It was an A1. Can I do it while the race is running? While the main is running? Okay, race editor where? Top right. All I see is browser, laps, splits, adjustments, lineup, timeline, analysis. Okay. You got home, tracks, classes, events, drivers, practice, schedule, practice, and racing and okay, like the decoder, yeah, okay. I got and then settings, and I got the barrel and the question mark, and I got is that the square with the pin in it? Is that the race editor? Okay, so I go back to that race and then click on that. Okay. I got about 2 minutes. You mind holding on the phone just until after this race is over? So I can go back into it. All right, thanks.
All right, we are 2 minutes left to go. Victimini in that top spot. Lead 2, Merriweather 3, Cunnington 4, Culpepper in the 5. This is race number 8. Race number 9, you should be in tech.
No, this was like it was at the start. He asked me what happened. I'm like, I didn't see it.
Minute 10 to go, drivers. Victimini in that top spot. He's got a 7.5 second lead over Lee in the 2. Merriweather 3.5 back from Lee. Cunnington in the 4. He's 5 seconds back from Merriweather. Culpepper in the 5. Culpepper 1.3 back from Cunnington. 50 seconds left to go, drivers. Careful through the keyhole, guys. Got one upside down. We are clear. That was your third place car. There, second place car. That's going to put Merriweather up to the 2. Lead down to that 3 spot with 30 seconds on the clock. $20 seconds left to go. So now we have a battle for that second spot down the straightaway. They work. Merriweather in the 2, Lee in the 3. Less than 10 on the race clock. They're going to have this lap to figure it out. Meanwhile, Victimini going to get a victory lap here. Down the straightaway. Merriweather in the 2, Lee in the 3. Through the keyhole. Oh, Lee catching the curb and through the keyhole.
Marcus Merriweather done. Joshua Visadomini done.
All right, let's finish the
Hackley
lap,
done.
guys.
Henry Culpepper done.
And
All drivers
everybody's
are
done. Joshua
AJ
Victimini is
done.
going to win your 21.5 Touring Car C Main. Marcus Merriweather in the 2. Pockley in the 3. Henry Culpepper 4. AJ Cunnington in the 5.
The race is completed.
All right, so I go and click that. Click edit, and then I go to the race, right? Here. All right, yep.
before that last race?
1 second. All right, so.
My car number.
All right. Now I'm here and it won't let me click on anything to change it. I'm at the main, race 1, VTA A Main A1. It won't let me click on anything to change anything. No, there's no drop down of people's names. No drop down. Oh, on adjustments? Okay, here we go. All right, I got it now. Now I can go. I want to add one. Yeah, do I just click one lap to add? Adding a lap. Yep. All right. Okay. Yep, I got it. Thank you.
All right. So, race number
Up next,
9,
race number
GT12 B Main, Yates,
GT12
Santiago Pendergraph.
B Main.
Finishing order was 5, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6.
For the C. So,
C main 5, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6.
All right, guys.
2, 4, 6.
All right, guys, let's get 'em checked in. Get my marshal. So, let's see. Josh in the middle. Marcus entering the chicane. Let's see. Where Marcus, go over by the Trinity trailer for me. There you go. We got everybody. We got our marshals in place. All right, we'll set the grid. Starting in the 3 spot will be Steve Pendergraph. In the 2, Izzy Santiago. And starting in the 1 spot will be Charles Yates.
I'm about ready to fucking lock that goddamn door. Sorry about that. No, it's not you. It's everybody, I got you. That's all of them in order and all that good stuff?
That's all the ones I got back
in race order, VTA
Yes.
first.
Okay. So you want me to put them in race order? Okay,
Yes,
I'll look
please.
you up, bro.
Thank you very much.
All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your GT12 B Main. Yates getting loose through the keyhole. That's going to put Santiago up to that top spot. Pendergraph 2. Yates in the 3. This is race 9. Race number 10. 17.5 touring car C Main. You are in tech. Santiago holding on to that top spot. Pendergraph 2, Yates 3, 1, 2, 3, in through the inner loop. Now through the short chute. I will need a couple of volunteers for this next race, please. Couple of volunteer marshals, please, for this next race. As we're 1 minute down, 5 minutes left to go.
Thank you.
Santiago in that top spot. Yates in that 2. Pendergraph 3. 1 second separate top 2 cars as they battle down the straightaway they go. Santiago in the 1. Yates in the 2 spot. In through the keyhole. Yates closing that gap here in front of the scoring stand. Crossing the line. Let's just make it 1/10 of a second now. Separate Oh, they get together a little bit. Santiago holding on to that top spot. Yates falling back now. All right, we are 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. Santiago in that top spot. Yates in the 2, Pentagraph 3. VTA, race number 12, VTA A2. You will be directly after race 11. There will be no break between race 11 and 12. We are going right back into it. Figure something out. All right, drivers. We're halfway. Santiago in that top spot. Yates and the 2. They start battling it out once again down the straightaway and through the keyhole. Yates closing that gap. Trying to take a peek on the inside in front of the scoring stand. Unable to make the pass. Let's make it 2/10 separation as we're 2:45 left to go down the straightaway. They work. Santiago 1, Yates 2. You just mean clipboards? Yates. Oh, they get together a little bit. Yates in that top spot. Santiago 2. Now Yates holding the 1. Santiago 2. Pentagraph 3 as we are 2 minutes left to go. Drivers 2 to go. Race 10, 17.5 touring car, C Main. You are in tech. Minute 45 left to go, drivers. Santiago catching that curve. That's going to give Yates quite a bit of breathing room as we're a minute 15 left to go. Charles Yates starting on in that 1 spot here in the B Main, looking to take home the win. As we are 1 minute left to go, drivers. Yates in that top spot. Santiago 2, Pentagraph 3. $30 seconds left to go. Once again, race 10, you should be in or through tech. 20 seconds on the clock. Charles Yates with 10 seconds left to go, working in through the keyhole. Here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. He's going to get a victory lap here.
Ismael Santiago done.
Santiago going to finish in that 2 spot. Pentagraph in the 3.
Stephen
Your
Pendergraft done.
GT12 B Main winner, Charles Yates, here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line to take the GT12 B Main.
Charles Yates done.
Yates in the 1, Santiago 2, Pentagraph 3. Set your cars down in tech. Right back out to Marshall.
Completed.
And I'm going to need a couple of volunteers. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate it. Actually, if you'll just go right here. Yeah. And I'm going.
Up next, race number 10. 17.5 touring
If you'll take
non-timing.
5
C
spot
Main.
for me, which is the middle. You're gonna help Marshall in front of the driver's stand is where I'll need you. Thank you very much, Pac. In front of the driver's stand. Yeah, and then Pac, we'll be good with the other marshals. All right, Santiago, you're gonna go by the portalet. Yates, have you down entering the chicane, and Pentagraph at the Trinity trailer, please. All right. Got everybody checked in. Bring them to the straightaway so we can get them lined up. And the 4th spot will be AJ Cunnington. And the 3, Chris Leach. And the 2, Matt Petrie. And starting in the 1 spot of the 17.5 Touring Car C Main, Patrick Perkins. All right, drivers, grid is set, grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your 17.5 Touring Car C Main. Perkins on that top spot. Petrie 2, Cunnington 3, Leach in the 4. This is race 11. Race number 12. You are in tech. 21.5 Touring Car B Main. You are in tech. Perkins in that top spot. Petrie in the 2. Cunnington 3. Leach 4. Yes, race 10's on track. Once again, this is race number 10, race 11, 21.5 Touring Car B Main. You are in tech as we're a minute down, 5 to go, drivers.
GTA's on top, mods on the bottom. That should be
Awesome.
right.
That'll be perfect. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, and then when you get a chance, probably just guys say make the announcement.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Minute and a half down, 4.5 to go. Patrick Perkins still in that top spot. Matt Petrie 2, AJ Cunnington 3, 1, 2, and 3. Petrie starting to close in on Perkins. Top 3 cars separated by 2.5 seconds. Yeah, I got to take care of.
Is he coming?
I don't think so. He didn't say anything about it. Here, I'll print out that too for you. All right, 2 down, 4 to go. Drivers, Perkins in that top spot. Petrie 2. Cunnington in that 3. Perkins able to pull away just a little bit. It's 1.5 seconds now. As we're 2:25 down, 2.5 down, 3.5 to go. Perkins in the 1. Petrie 2. Cunnington 3. Leach in that 4 spot. Careful through the short chute. We are clear. Your leader, Patrick Perkins, working in through the inner loop. Oh no, looks like something might have happened to Petrie's car. That's tough luck. That's going to move AJ Cunnington into that 2 spot as we are halfway, drivers. Perkins in that top spot. Cunnington 2. Leach about to move into that 3 spot here. Tough luck for Matt Petrie. .210 left to go. Drivers Perkins in that top spot. He's got a 7-second lead over Cunnington in the 2. Leach in the 3. Just under 2 to go, drivers. Race 11. You should be in or through tech. If you are hungry, the barbecue truck is open. 440 down, a minute 20 to go. Drivers Perkins still in that top spot. Cunnington 2, Leach 3. As we're in the final minute. I will need like 2 volunteer marshals for this next race. If I could possibly get 2 volunteer marshals for this next race. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate it. 40 seconds left to go. Perkins still holding on to that top spot. Cunnington 2, Leach 3. .15 seconds left to go, drivers. Less than 10. That's the clock. Everybody keep going until you finish your lap.
AJ Connaughton done. Patrick Perkins done. All drivers are finished. Chris Leach done.
All right, everybody's done. Patrick Perkins going to take your C Main win. AJ Cunnington 2, Chris Leach 3. Matt Petrie in the 4.
The race is completed.
Set your cars down in tech
Up
or
next,
come back
race
out
number
in
11.
Marshall.
21.5
We'll get
touring
our
non-timing.
21.5
B
touring
Main.
cars. B Main on track. So Patrick will be here by me. AJ by the Trinity tent or Trinity trailer. Chris Leach entering the chicane. Matt Petrie by the portalettes. And Henry, if I can get you to take the 5 spot for me, please. And I'll need one more in front. Thank you very much. In front of the driver's stand. AJ, right? You are by the portalettes. I'm sorry, AJ. I'm sorry. You're by the Trinity trailer. I apologize. Matt's by the portalettes. Got everybody checked in. Get my marshals in place. Yeah, AJ, I need you down on the other end of the straightaway. I apologize. No, far in, yeah. Thank you. All right, let's bring him to the back stretch, and we're going to set the grid. Starting in the 10 spot will be Starlin Gibson. In the 9, Andy St. Germain. In the 8, Joe DePinto. In the 7, Alan Hall. In the 6 will be Aiden Kotu. In the 5, Franco Santanero. In the 4, Todd Sowich. In the 3, Rafael Agula. In the 2, Al Sedano. And starting BQ is going to be Michael Bruce.
I'm going to need help watching this start.
I'm on it.
All right. Once grid is set, give me a thumbs up. All right. Grid is set. Grid is locked. Drivers, the next sound, keep it clean here at the start, guys. Keep it clean. Next sound you hear will be the start of your 21.5 touring car B Main.
Four car got loose all on his own.
Careful coming out of the inner loop.
See all that guy. Oh, shit.
Okay, we have Bruce in that top spot. Sedano 2, Agula 4, or 3. DePinto 4, Cotu 5, Soch 6, Centenaro 7, Gibson 8, St. Germain 9, Hall 10. Bruce in that top spot. Sedano 2, they got crossing the line.
Say again?
No, he rolled it on his own. He hit a pipe down there. The noise. I guess you could hear the track scraping, can't you?
A little, but not too bad.
Bruce in that top spot. Sedano 2. Pick your leaders up. Crossing the line in the inner loop. 7/10 separate top 2 cars. Agula in the 3. 1, 2, 3. Down the straightaway they go. Bruce holding on to that top spot. Sedano in the 2. Agula in the 3. In front of the scoring stand they go. Crossing the line. Let's make it 1.6 seconds separate top 3 cars. Into the chicane they go. Bruce holding on to that top spot. Sedano 2. Agula 3. Cotu in the 4. Soch 5. Gibson 6. Hall 7. DePinto 8. St. Germain 9. Bruce holding on to that top spot. Sedano 2. Agula 3. As they work into the inner loop, getting ready to come up on traffic. Your leaders through the chicane, down the straightaway. St. Germain, DePinto battling out for position. Your leaders are coming. And through the chicane, the next 2 cars are top 2. It looks like Agulo's falling off that battle just a bit. DePinto 1 and 2, thank you very much. Meanwhile, into the inner loop they work now through the short chute into the chicane. Bruce in that top spot. Sedano 2 down the straightaway they go. Coming off the straight into the keyhole. Getting ready to come up on traffic 0. That is your leader right behind you. Second place right behind him. Thank you. Now coming down the straightaway. Bruce in the 1. Sedano in the 2. 2:45 left to go, drivers. 7 next 2 cars are your 2 leaders. Allen Hall, next 2 cars are your leaders. Down the straightaway they go. Bruce getting a little loose coming on the straightaway. Sedano able to close that gap. Now Sedano right on the back bumper. Let's call it 0.3 of a second. Down the short chute they go into the chicane. Down the straightaway they work. So it's the next 2 cars will be your leader. Your 2 leaders down through the short chute they go. Into the chicane. Thank you very much. Sedano catching a little bit of a curbing in the middle of the chicane. Now your leader's got clear track in front of them as they work in through the inner loop. Down the straightaway they go. The car behind you is the third place car of Rafael Agula. Thank you very much. Bruce holding on to that top spot. Sedano in the 2. Agulo in the 3. Code 2 4, Hall 5, Sowich 6, St. Germain 7, DePinto 8, Gibson 9. Minute 15 left to go. Bruce still holding on to that top spot. Half a second last time by. Let's make it 6/10 this time. In through the chicane they go. Sedano trying to close that gap through the chicane. Down the back straightaway they work. Sedano going a little wide at the end of the straightaway with 55 seconds on the race clock. Bruce holding on to that top spot. Sedano in the 2. Agulo in the 3. 1 and 2 in the keyhole. 3 right there as well, closing that gap. Agulo making a hard charge here into end with 40 seconds left to go. 1, 2, 3 through the short chute and through the chicane. Sedano all over the back bumper. Michael Bruce coming down off the straightaway. Sedano going a little wide off the straight and now closing up through the keyhole. Taking a look on the inside here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. It is 1/10 of a second. Agulo right there as well. He is only 8/10 back from that battle. Down the straightaway they work. Bruce in that top spot. 20 seconds on the race clock. They're going to get this lap and one more in. Sedano take a look on the inside, now crossing the line. Careful, hold that car now, you release. Thank you. Down the straightaway they go. Bruce in the 1, Sedano 2. Bruce able to pull away just a bit. That's the clock. Finish your lap, and Michael Bruce going to win your 21.5 touring car B Main. Al Sedano in the 2. Rafael Agulo in the 3. Aiden Co 2-4. Finish your lap, guys. Keep going, keep going.
All drivers are finished.
Alan Hall in the 5, Starling Gibson in the 6, Joe DePinto in the 7, Andy St. Germain in the 8, Todd Sowich 9, Franco Centenaro in the 10. Set your cars down and tech or out to Marshall.
Up next, race number 12.
All right, VTA A2. Now, once we get them all checked in, we get our marshals in place, I am going to do driver introductions. Michael Bruce will be here by me. Al Sedano by the portalettes. Rafael Agula entering the chicane. Aiden Kotu will be in front of the driver's stand. Alan Hall will be in the keyhole. Starling Gibson in the short chute. Joe DePinto will be in the chicane. Andy St. Germain will be on the backstretch. Todd Sowich will be by the Trinity trailer. Franco Centenaro will be in the middle. Got everybody checked in. All right. Let's get my marshals in place here, guys. I need Michael Bruce right here by me or his representative right here at the scoring stand. All right, you guys have till I get to through driver introductions. Okay. So starting in the 10th spot, driving an X-Ray with HPI tires, a Power HD servo, Protoform body, Trinity motor, Sandwall radio, Hobbywing speed controller, sponsored by Daytona RC Garage from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Dennis Ogdal. In the 9th spot, driving an Infiniti IF14-11 with HPI tires, Savox servo, Ford Mustang body, motor, IP batteries, Sandwall radio, Hobby Wing, XR10 Pro speed controller. His sponsors are RC Racing, Wallace Motorsports, my wife. Wants to say thank you to Steve Pendergraft for all the help. Awesome job by the Valkyria crew. From Port Charlotte, Florida, your 9th place qualifier is Dave Larry. In the 8th spot, driving a Team Associated TC3 with HPI tires, Power HD servo, a 1968 Race VTA Camaro, a Trinity slot machine motor with Trinity batteries, Fly Sky radio, using a Hobby Wing speed controller from St. Petersburg, Florida. Your 8th place qualifier is Jake Engstrom. Starting 7th using an X-Ray X4 with HPI tires, MKS servo, protoform body, Trinity slot machine motor, Trinity white carbon batteries using a Sandwall M17 with a Hobby Wing speed controller from Palm Bay, Florida. Your 7th place qualifier is Stephen King. In the 6th spot with an MTS R2 LC edition chassis running HPI tires, Team Powers DS805 servo, a Race VTA 1968 Chevy Camaro body, using a Team Powers V4 25.5 motor with Team Powers 5900 batteries, using a Sandwall M17 radio with a Team Powers V4 radon speed controller. Wants to say thanks to Larry Chewy for getting me back into RC racing. From San Jose, California, John Balatico. In the 5th spot, using a 3 Racing Zero HPI tires, Yeah Racing servo, Race VTA body, Trinity motor, Trinity batteries, Sandwall radio, and a Yeah Racing speed controller. His sponsors include Race VTA, Visa, MasterCards, and he wants to say thanks to Valkyria RC from St. Pete, Florida. Your 5th place qualifier is Greg Rona. Starting in the 4th spot using a Serpent X423 with HPI tires, Sandwall servo, protoform Mustang body, Trinity X Factor motor with Aeromax batteries. Radio is a Sandwall MT5. Speed controller, Dash AI Pro. His sponsors include Serpent, DeSoto Racing, Sandwall, Trinity, Aeromax, Dash, and Boca Bearings. From Miami, Florida, your 4th place qualifier is Brandon Diaz. In the 3 spot, using an Express ATI chassis with HPI tires, Sandwall servo, a protoform Javelin body, Trinity slot machine motor, Trinity white carbon batteries, an M17 radio, and an R1 Works speed controller. His sponsors are Michael's RC Hobbies and all the great customers out there that support my shop. So thank you all. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here. Special thanks to Chris Clayton, Mike Riccadelli, Kevin Abbott, and the Valkyria crew. From Altamont Springs, Florida, your 3rd place qualifier, Michael Bruce. Starting 2nd using a X-Ray T4 2020 with HPI tires, Futaba 9551 servo, HPI 68 Camaro body, Trinity X Factor motor, Team Powers batteries, Futaba T4PX radio, Hobby Wing V3.1. His sponsors include DePinto Chassis Works, Bayside Speed, Express, Michael's Hobbies, Izzy Santiago, Valkyria RC Raceway. From Bayside, Florida, your 2nd place qualifier is Joe DePinto. And starting on the pole, using a Serpent 4X Medius with HPI tires, Sandwall, PG5 servo, HPI Camaro body, Trinity X Factor motor, Sanwell M17 radio with a Trinity speed controller. His sponsors include Boca Bearings, Serpent, Sanwall, Aeromax, DeSoto Racing, and Trinity Motors. From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, your VTA TQ is Jesus Diaz. I still need my marshal down here, Michael. Oh, you got him? All right. I didn't see you. Thank you. You're back in the corner. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your A2 VTA Main. Oh, your TQ rolls it in the keyhole. He was the winner of A1. He's going to have to do some work if he's going to come back to win A2 and lock up this win. Meanwhile, we got DePinto in that top spot. Bruce in the 2. Brandon 3. Rona 4. Engstrom 5. King in the 6. Balatico 7. Ogdal 8. Jesus 9. Dave Larry in the 10. Careful through the short chute. We are clear. Meanwhile, up front, Joe DePinto in that top spot. Michael Bruce right on the back bumper. Through the keyhole, they work in front of the scoring stand and crossing the line. We have Joe DePinto in the 1, Michael Bruce 2, Brandon Diaz 3, Greg Rona 4. Brandon getting loose through the inner loop, allowing Rona to take a look. Unable to take advantage now. Rona through the chicane up to that 3 spot. Brandon Diaz down to the 4. DePinto 1. Bruce in the 2. All right. Rona Diaz getting together. That's going to put King up to that 3 spot. King going wide through the keyhole. Able to hold off. We got King in the 3. Jesus 4. Rona 5. Engstrom 6. Now Jesus up to that 3 spot. Meanwhile, up front, Joe DePinto holding on to that top spot. Michael Bruce in the 2. Rona in the 3. Engstrom 4. King 5. Jesus 6. Ogdal 7. Larry 8. Balatico 9. Brandon in the 10. We are 2:10 down, 3:50 left to go, drivers. Race 13 should be in tech. Pick your leaders up here through the keyhole in front of the scoring stand. Crossing the line, DePinto in that top spot. Bruce just 3/10 back. They've been about 3/10 the entire race. Down the straightaway, they work. Bruce closing that gap, coming off onto the straightaway. DePinto able to hold him off. Balatico, that will be your leaders right behind you as they cross the line. 2:45 down, 3:15 left to go. Thank you very much there, John. Appreciate it. DePinto 1, Bruce 2, Rona 3, Engstrom 4, Jesus 5, King 6, Ogdal 7, Larry 8, Balatico 9, and Brandon in the 10. Give it back. Thank you very much. 3:15 down, 2:45 left to go, drivers. As your leaders working traffic in through the short chute. Ogdal, that was your leaders. Thank you. DePinto in that top spot. Bruce 2, Rona 3, Diaz 4, Engstrom 5, King 6, Ogdal 7, Larry 8, Balatico 9, Brandon in the 10 with 2:25 left to go, drivers. Two tenths separate your top 2 cars as they cross the line. 4/10, I believe, has been the largest lead so far for DePinto as Bruce closes the gap through the chicane down the straightaway. Now taking a look on the inside. Looks like DePinto might have had a little bit more horsepower there at the end of the straightaway. Now coming to the line. Bruce now to the inside. DePinto chopping it off. Now Bruce into the inside, into the chicane. Now Bruce up to that top spot. DePinto in the 2. Rona 3. Jesus 4. Rona through the keyhole. Jesus through the keyhole. Jesus trying to battle back from an opening mistake up to that 4 spot now. But meanwhile, up front, Michael Bruce was minute 20 to go in that top spot. Joe DePinto in the 2. Minute 10 to go, drivers. Michael Bruce in that top spot. Joe DePinto 2. Rona 3. Jesus Diaz in the 4. Engstrom 5. King 6. Larry 7. Ogdal 8. Brandon in the 9. And Balatico in the 10. "45 seconds left to go, drivers." Tough luck for one there. But looks like Dave Larry with 30 seconds left to go. Bruce still in that top spot. DePinto in the 2. Bruce able to pull away now. 0.6 of a second is the separation as he works in through the keyhole with less than 10 on the race clock. This is going to be their final lap as Michael Bruce works into the chicane. DePinto in the chicane as well. As the clock finishes the lap you're on. Michael Bruce through the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand.
Stephen King done.
Going to the line, crossing the line to win A2 of VTA. Joe DePinto in the 2. Keep going, guys. Keep going. We got Rona and Jesus.
Greg Rajana
Rona able to hold on to that
Jesus
3
Diaz
spot.
done.
Jesus in the
All
4.
drivers are
Engstrom
finished.
5. King 6.
Brandon Diaz done.
Ogdal 7. Brandon 8. Balatico 9. Dave Larry in the 10.
The race is completed.
3, 2, 5.
So VTA will go to A3
Up next,
to
race number
find a
13.
winner.
21.5 touring non-timing. A 2
All right.
main.
Going to go ahead out with our 21.5 touring car driver introductions. Starting in that 10 spot, driving in X-Ray X4 with a Bruno Servo Wolverine body, slot machine motor, Trinity batteries, Sandwall radio, and much more speed controller. His sponsors include Trinity. Special thanks to Corey Parsons and Kevin Abbott from Lake Mary, Florida. Starting in the 10 spot will be Ashton Brinson. Starting in the 9 spot, driving in an Awesomatics with a J Concepts body, Trinity motor, Trinity batteries. His sponsors include DRC, Team Daytona, and Team Circulator from Kansas City, Missouri. Starting in the 9 spot will be Jeff Flassick. Not right now, guys. Not right now. Starting in the 8 spot with an X-Ray X4 Sandwall Servo Zoo Racing Wolverine body R1 Works motor with Sunpowdow batteries, a Sandwall radio, and a Tekin RS Pro speed controller. His sponsors include X-Ray, RC America, Team Daytona, Team Circulator, plus my wife Laura for putting up with RC racing all these years from Port Orange, Florida. Your 8th place qualifier is Rich Baimler. Starting 7th, driving an X-Ray X4 with Team Powers Servo, Zoo Racing Wolverine body, a Team Powers Actanium V4 motor, Team Powers batteries, Sandwall M12 radio, and a Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors, thanks to Eric at Team Powers for supporting me all these years with great products. Special thanks to the Valkyrie crew for giving us all a great place to race. From Jupiter, Florida, starting in the 7th spot is Ken Moss. Starting in the 6 spots, driving an Awesomatics chassis with a Sandwall servo, J Concepts body, R1 motor, EA batteries. Radios a Sandwall M17 and an R1 Digital 3 speed controller. His sponsors are Afro Juice, my Gucci wallet, and thanks to the guys in my pit. From parts unknown, starting in the 6th spot will be Furman Walker. Starting in the 5 spot from driving an Awesomatics MMX, using a Sandwall servo, J Concepts body, R1 motor, SMC batteries, Sandwall M17 radio with a Pro Performance speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics USA and SMC. From Centerville, Virginia, your 5th place qualifier is Billy Spence. Starting 4th, driving an Awesomatics A800 MMX with Sandwall servo, J Concepts body, R1 motor, Phantom battery, Sandwall radio, and a Tegan speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics, Donathan RC, Phantom, Sandwall, WTF, Don't Be Hatin', Vote for Clayton. Thanks to the team for having a fun weekend. From Ukiah, California, starting 4th, Clayton Young. In the 3 spot, driving an X-Ray X4 with Power HD servo, Wolverine body, Phantom motor, Phantom batteries, an M17 radio, and a Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors, he wants to say a big thanks to Troy and Jeff at Phantom Racing, my wife and Cooper for the support, Corey, Jerry, Jimmy, Alex, Kyle, Mike, and Chris for the help and good time in the pits. From Fort Myers, Florida, starting 3rd is Chad Peets. In the 2 spot, driving a T4 X-Ray with Sandwall servo, DBX body, Trinity slot machine motor, Trinity battery, Sandwall M17 radio, a Hobbywing XR10 Pro speed controller. His sponsors include Trinity, MichaelsRCHobbies.com, Blacklisted, RC America, and X-Ray. From Fort Myers, Florida, your 2nd place qualifier is Jarrett Parsons. Starting on a pole, driving an Awesomatics, using a Sandwall servo, J Concepts body with an Alpha Pace R1 motor, Sun Powdow batteries, Sandwall radio, Tegan speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics, Sun Powdow, Alpha Pace, EA Motorsports, Avid, TQ Wire, 1UP Racing, Sandwall, BS Works, and 180 Raceway. From Baltimore, Maryland, your 21.5 touring car TQ is Craig Xavier. All right, my marshal should be in place. Rona, you are in the middle. Michael Bruce entering the chicane. Joe DePinto by the portalets. Jesus Diaz right here by me. Engstrom is in the middle of the chicane. King in the keyhole. Ogdal in the short chute. Diaz is by Trinity Trailer. Okay. Balatico in front of the driver's stand, and Dave Larry on the back stretch. All right. Missing a check from Chad Peets.
For what class?
All right, marshals, I need you in place. I don't have a marshal down here by me, which would be Jesus Diaz right here by me. Let's go, marshals. Let's go. All right, thank you. All right, let's get him in spots. Let's get him gridded up, guys. We have somebody missing a radio. Please check to make sure you have the correct radio. Somebody might have picked up the wrong radio, so please check to see you have the correct radio. All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your 21.5 touring car A2. Great start, guys. Great start. We had Xavier in that top spot. Parsons in 2 through the chicane. They go. Peach 3, Spence 4, Young 5, Walker 6, Bamler 7, Moss 8, Flasic 9, Brinson 10. Give it back. There we go. Thank you. Xavier still in that top spot. Parsons in the 2, Peach 3, Spence 4, Bamler 5, Walker 6, Young 7, Moss 8, Flasic 9, Brinson 10. Meanwhile, Craig Xavier out in that top spot. 2/10 over Jarrett Parsons. 1, 2, and 3. Nose to tail. That is the running order. The card numbers 1, 2, and 3. Down the straightaway they go. Coming off the straightaway, Xavier in that top spot. Parsons in the 2. Pete's in the 3. Spence holding on to that 4 spot. Bamler in the 5. Young in the 6. Moss in the 7. Walker 8. Flasic 9. Brinson 10. Careful entering. We are clear. Careful through the short chute. Careful through the short chute. Stay low through the short chute. Xavier in that top spot. Pete's 2. Spence 3. Bamler 4. Young in the 5. Moss 6. Walker 7. Flasic 8. Parsons 9. Brinson 10. We are 2:10 down, 3:50 left to go. Formula 1, A2 for Formula 1, race number 14. You should be in or through tech. Xavier's still holding on to that top spot. 2/10 up on Pete's in the 2. Pick your leaders up as they work in through the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand. Pete stuck his nose in, unable to make the pass. Thought better of it. Hold it. Thank you. Xavier maintaining that top spot. Pete's in the 2. Spence 3. Young 4. Bamler 5. Craig Xavier trying to wrap up 21.5 National Championship here in A2 as we are halfway. Xavier in that top spot. Pete's trying to make it go into A3. Through the keyhole they work in front of the scoring stand now. Crossing the line. Let's call it 0.3 of a second is the separation. Top 2 cars working in through the chicane now. Both of them catching a little bit of curving through the middle of the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Xavier holding on that top spot. Pete's in the 2. It's 1-3-5 running order. Xavier still holding on to that top spot. 0.4 now is the separation. Coming off the straightaway into the keyhole. 9 car. The next 2 cars that come up on you will be your leader. 3:45 down, 2:15 left to go. Xavier still holding on to that top spot. Pete's in the 2. Spence right there waiting for them to make a mistake in that 3 spot. Careful through the chicane. Those are your 2 leaders. Next car as well be 3rd place. Just under 2 to go, drivers. Xavier still holding on that top spot. Pete's in the 2. Pete's catching a little bit of curbing here in front of the scoring stand. Careful through the chicane. Those are your leaders, driver. Thank you. Third place, 0 and 9. Third place right behind you. That silver car is your third place car. Minute 15 left to go, drivers. Xavier catching a little bit, curbing in the middle of the chicane. Pete's right on the back bumper. Take a look on the inside. Unable to make past Xavier across the curb here in front of the scoring stand. Now they go down through the short chute into the chicane. Pete takes a look. He's going to hold up. Hold it. Got to get that position back. Okay, race it out. All right, I got the word. We are racing it out, so that means Pete's in that top spot. Spence in the 2. Xavier down to that 3 spot. With 30 seconds left to go. Young in the 4. Bamler 5. Walker 6. Person 7. Moss 8. Flassic 9. Brinson 10. 20 seconds left to go. Chad Peach trying to force it into A2 or A3 here. Less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. Chad Peach crossing the line. We got Spence in that 2. Xavier 3. Young enough 4. That is the race clock.
Rich
Keep
Baylor
going.
done.
Finish your lap.
Jared Parsons done. Kenneth Moss done. Chad Peets done. Billy Spence done. Craig Xavier done. Jeff Flassig done.
And
Ashton Brinson
everybody is done.
All drivers are finished. Clayton Young done.
Chad Pete's going to win A2 in 21.5 touring car. Billy Spence in the 2. Craig Xavier in the 3. Clayton Young in the 4. Walker 5. Bamler 6. Parsons 7. Moss 8. Flassic 9. Brinson in the 10.
Up next, race number 14. 25.5 F1 non-timing. A 2 main.
All right, set your cars down. So Xavier will be here by me. Parsons by the portalet. Pete's entering the chicane. Young at the Trinity trailer by the Trinity trailer. Spence in the middle. Walker in front of the driver's stand. Bamler will be in the chicane, middle of the chicane. Moss will be in the keyhole. Flassic on the backstretch. Brinson in the short chute. All right. I'm looking for a check from Rob King and Brandon Diaz. I'm going to go ahead with our driver introductions. Starting in the 10 spot. Driving an X-Ray X1 2023 using Team Powers tires. Savox Servo. X-Ray body. Motive batteries. Sandwall MT44 radio with a Hobby Wing XR10 Pro speed controller. His sponsors include REL Racing, my wife. Thank you to Steve Pendergraft for all the help. Also, thanks to the Diaz brothers, Izzy, Sean, and Bill for the help and support. Awesome job by the Valkyria crew from Port Charlotte, Florida. Your 10th place qualifier is Dave Larry. Starting ninth using Exotech F1 Ultra with Team Powers tires, Savox Servo, Exotech body, Trinity X Factor motor, Trinity white carbon battery with a Sandwall M17 radio and Hobby Wing speed controller. From Palm Bay, Florida, your 9th place qualifier is Stephen King. In the 8th spot, driving an Infinity using a Hobby Wing motor, Maxi battery, Sandwall radio. His sponsors include RC1 Racing, Homestead RC Raceway from Miami, Florida. Starting in the 8th spot is Franco DeSidero. Driving a starting in the 7th spot, driving a Roche Evo 3 using a Montec body Hobby Wing motor, Sandwall radio, Hobby Wing speed control. His sponsors include RC1 Racing and Homestead RC Raceway from Florida / Dominican Republic. Starting in that 7th spot will be Juan Lopez. Starting in the 6th spot using a Norseman Fury chassis, Powers tires, Tekin servo, Biddy body, Motive motor, SMC battery, Fataba radio, and a Tekin speed controller. His sponsors include Norseman, thanks to Todd Marshall, Brian Busey, and Sacco. From Chicago, Illinois, your 6th place qualifier, Robert King. Starting in the 5th spot, driving an X-Ray X121 with Team Powers tires, Savox servo, Biddy 6R body, slot machine motor by Izzy, Team EAM battery, Sandwall radio, Hobby Wing just stock speed controller from Edgewater, Florida. Starting in the 5th spot is Sean Wager. Starting in the 4th spot using a Schumacher chassis with an R1 motor. His sponsors include Witz Racing from Titusville, Florida. Your 4th place qualifier is Chad Neuweiler. Starting 3rd using a Serpent SF4 chassis, Team Powers tires, Sandwall servo, Protoform F26 body, Trinity motor, Jins Ace battery, Sandwall radio, and a Hobby Wing speed controller. Thanks to the wife for letting me do this. Furman Walker, Jesus Diaz, and Brandon Diaz from Plantation, Florida. Your 3rd place qualifier is Andy St. Germain. Starting 2nd using a Serpent F110 SF4 with Team Power tires, Sandwall radio, Protoform F26 body, a Trinity X Factor motor, Aeromax battery, Sandwall MT5 radio, and a Dash AI LCG speed controller. His sponsors include Serpent DeSoto Racing, Sandwall, Trinity, Aeromax, Dash, and Boca Bearings from Miami, Florida. Your 2nd place qualifier is Brandon Diaz. And starting on the pole using a Serpent SF4 chassis with Team Powers tires, Sandwall PGS servo. His body from Gonzo Racing, a Trinity X Factor motor with a Sandwall M17 radio and a Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors include Serpent, Boca Bearing, Sandwall, Aeromax, DeSoto Racing, and Trinity Motors. From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, your Formula One TQ is Jesus Diaz. All right, where are my marshals at? This is not hard, guys. I do. All right, I don't have one here by me, which would be Xavier. Craig Xavier, need you out here to marshal or a representative down here by me. Unless you were buying me lunch, I don't know. So.
We good with the grid?
All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your Formula One A2. Great start, guys. Great start. That even looked like the real F1s. All right. Looks like we have Jesus in that top spot. Brandon in the 2. St. Germain 3. New Island 4. Wager 5. King 6. Lopez 7. Steve King 8. Larry 9. And DeSidero in the 10. Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Brandon 2, St. Germain 3, King 4, Rob King 4, Wager 5, Larry 6, Newell 7, Lopez 8, DeSidero 9, King 10. Up front, Jesus Diaz holding on that top spot. Andy St. Germain's moved up to that 2. Brandon Diaz in the 3. Jesus Diaz starting to pull away now. Early on, just 2.5 second lead as we are a minute 10 down, 4:50 left to go. Your leader out, checking out here early. Now, second battle for that second spot through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. That of Andy St. Germain and Brandon Diaz. Rob King in that 4 spot. Sean Wager in the 5. These two are nose to tail battling out, crossing the line. So 4, 5, 6 through the chicane together. Meanwhile, that battle for second between Brandon Diaz and Andy St. Germain. Crossing the line. Now Wager up to the 4. Rob King 5, Neweiler 6, Lopez 7. As we're 2 minutes down, 4 to go. Jesus Diaz trying to put Formula One, lock it down here in A2 with 2:15 down, 3:45 left to go. Jesus Diaz still in that top spot. Brandon Diaz 2. Andy St. Germain in the 3. Wager 4. Neweiler 5. Rob King in the 6. 1. Lopez 7. DeSidero 8. King 9. Lopez moves up to that 6. Rob King down to the 7. As your leader working the straightaway. Going to be catching traffic here in the next couple of laps. As we are halfway drivers. Jesus Diaz now 5.2 second lead over Brandon Diaz in the 2. Sean Wager in the 3. Chad Neweiler in the 4. Pick your leader up, working the straightaway. Coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Catching a little bit of curbing. King, that is your leader right behind you. Thank you very much. In through the chicane, Jesus works. Down the straightaway he goes. Your leader going to start catching battles for position here as your leader in through the inner loop. Now through the short chute. Next car he sees will be Franco DeSidero. And he's able to get through there. Good job. Meanwhile, Brandon Diaz and Sean Wager, they have about 3 seconds separate second and third. And careful in front of the scoring stand. We are now clear. Your leader right in front of that gaggle. Those 3 cars. Able to get through. He's got 1 more left to go before he has some clear track. Diaz able to get through now. Your leader with some clear track in front of him as we have a minute 15 left to go. We have Jesus in the 1, Brandon 2, Wager in the 3, Neweiler 4, St. Germain 5, Lopez 6, Steve King 7, DeSidero 8, Rob King 9. As we're in the final minute. Jesus Diaz trying to lock down Formula One here in A2. 40 seconds left to go. We'll pick your leader up as he's here in front of the scoring stand and crossing the line. Jesus Diaz still with a 5-second lead. Brandon Diaz starting to come up on some traffic through the short chute with 25 seconds left to go. Sean Wager in through the short chute now. He is 5 seconds back from Brandon. 15 seconds left to go, drivers. Less than 10 on the race clock. Jesus Diaz crossing the line. He's going to get a victory lap here.
Andy
As he
St.
works
Germain
in through
done.
the chicane.
Stephen King done.
Down the straightaway
Brandon
he
Diaz done.
goes.
Joan Lopez done.
Coming off the straightaway
Franco
and working in
Desiderio
through
done.
the keyhole.
Robert
Here
King
in
done.
front of the scoring stand
Sean Wager
and
done.
running to the line.
Chad
Jesus
Weller done.
Diaz going to win
All
A2
drivers
and
done.
lock your Formula
Jesus Diaz done.
One championship up. Brandon Diaz going to finish in that 2 spot. Sean Wager in the 3. Chad Neweiler in the 4. St.
race is
Germain in the
completed.
5. Steve King in the 6. Juan Lopez in the 7. Franco DeSidero in the 8. Rob King in the 9. Dave Larry in the 10. It's going to be a close battle for that second spot heading into A3.
Up next, race number
Set
15.
your cars down. Head
21.5
out to
USGT
Marshall.
non-timing. A 2 main.
USGT. Going to start your driver introductions. Starting in the 8th spot. Driving at X-Ray X4. With Exotech Servo. Biddy Designs Body. Gravity Tires. Max Amp Batteries. Futaba 4 PLS Radio. Techno Pro Black Edition Speed Controller. He wants to thank all his friends and family and my company for letting me do what I love to do. From Virginia Beach, Virginia, starting in the 8th spot will be Chris Leach. Starting 7th using a Mugen MTC1 chassis with a Savox servo. Corvette C7R body. Phantom motor. Phantom battery. Sandwall radio and a Hobby Wing speed controller. He is from Palm Bay, Florida. Starting in that 7th spot is Ralph Nitzel. Starting in the 6th spot, driving a Serpent chassis with a Sandwall servo Zoo body. Gens Ace Redline battery, Sandwall M17 radio, and an Aeromax speed controller. His sponsors are Bike Link. From Hialeah, Florida, your 6th place qualifier is Yulin Rodriguez. Starting in the 5 spot using an Infinity chassis, Sandwall servo, Zoo body. With Team Powers battery, Sandwall radio, and a Tegan speed controller from Palm City, Florida. Your 5th place qualifier is Todd Soich. Starting in the 4th spot with absolutely nothing written down from somewhere here in Florida is your 4th place starter, Richard Johnston. Starting in the 3 spot, driving an X-Ray X421 with Power HD servo, Exotech Type A body with Gens Ace Redline 6000 batteries, Sandwall M17 radio, and Reds Racing speed controller. His sponsors include Red Racing USA, X-Ray, RC America, Genzace, Power HD, Motive, Gravity, SRG, Hootie, 1UP. Special thanks to Federica and Marco Rossi for great support. Special thanks to my wife, Danielle, for always pushing me to be better in my race program. And thanks to the Valkyria crew for a great race facility. And to the staff for awesome hospitality. From Spring Valley Lake, California, your third place qualifier is Ivan Dixon. Starting in the 2 spot, driving an awesome Maddox with a Sandwall servo, Zoo, B-Wow body, Trinity batteries, Sandwall radio, and a Tekin speed controller. His sponsors include Team Daytona and Team Circulator. From Kansas City, Missouri, your second place qualifier is Jeff Vlasic. And your TQ, driving an X-Ray T421 chassis, Bruno servo, Trinity motor, Sandwall servo, or radio, and much more speed controller. His sponsors include Trinity. Special thanks to Corey Parsons and Kevin Abbott from Lake Mary, Florida. Your USGT TQ is Ashton Brinson. All right, my marshals should be in place. During this whole time, we don't need to be talking marshals. We need to be getting in place. All right, guys, let's get them checked in. All right, got everybody checked in. Let's bring him to the grid. Steve King, go down by the Trinity trailer for me. Down, all the way down. The others in. All right. Ashton Brinson taking A1, trying to close out USGT Championship here in A2. Vlasic was right there behind him. It was about 1/10 of a second at the end of A1. All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your USGT A2. Good start, guys. We have Brinson out in that early hole shot, followed by Vlasic in the 2. Dixon 3. Sowich 4. Johnson 5. Rodriguez 6. Nizzle 7. Leach 8. Brinson with the largest lead he had of all of A1. Race 16, you should be in tech. Brinson holding on to that top spot. Vlasic in the 2. We'll pick that battle up. Oh, careful. We got dead car in the keyhole. Careful. Dead car in the keyhole. Dead car in the keyhole. It is clear. Yes, sir. So that's tough luck for Vlasic running in that 2 spot. He's got to hope Dixon's got something for Brinson to push it into A3. Dixon now in that 2. Sowich 3. Johnson 4. Nitzel 5. Rodriguez 6. Leach 7. Dixon not letting Brinson get by or get too far out. Now 1 second is the separation as we're a minute 35 down, 4:25 left to go, drivers. Brinson in the 1, Dixon 2 as they both cross the line. Let's make it 1.1 seconds. Your leader's getting ready to come up on traffic. 8 cars. Those next 2 cars are your leader. Thank you very much. Brinson holding on to that top spot as we have Dixon in the 2 down the straightaway. They work. Sowich in the 3, Johnson in the 4. They're battling it out. All right, thank you. I got a body tuck on that car. It's clear. Brinson in that top spot and working traffic down the straightaway he goes. Dixon staying just 9/10 last time by. Let's make it 8/10. So Dixon starting to close that gap on Brinson. Through the chicane they go. Down the straightaway we are halfway, drivers. Brinson in that top spot. Dixon in the 2, 8/10 of a second. Separate top 2 cars as they work into the short chute into the chicane. Next 2 cars are your leader there. Rodriguez, thank you very much. Rodriguez. Thank you, sir. Dixon now really closing that gap. Jeff Vlasic is Dixon's biggest cheerleader right now after having an issue early on as we are 3.5 down, 2.5 to go. Brinson in that top spot. Dixon in the 2. Let's make it 8/10 of a second through the short chute. They work into the chicane. The next car your leaders will see will be the 7 car of Ralph Nitzel. As we are approaching 2 to go, drivers. Brinson in that top spot. Dixon in the 2. We are 2 minutes left to go. Top 2 cars working into the short chute. Rodriguez, Johnson battling out for position as well. Brinson now starting to put a little bit of distance. It's 1.1 seconds with a minute and a half to go. Brinson trying to lock up USGT here. And he needs to just hold on to this lead for another minute 20. Brinson in that top spot. Dixon in the 2. Sowich 3. Nitzel 4. Johnson 5. Rodriguez 6. Leach 7. Your leaders crossing the line. It was 1.3. Let's make it 1.2. As we are 1 minute left to go. Drivers, 1 to go. Brinson maintaining that top spot. Dixon 2. Sowich in the 3. Nitzel in the 4. Johnson 5. Rodriguez 6. As your leaders working the short chute, 30 seconds left to go, drivers. Ash and Brinson down the straightaway, coming off the straightaway, now in through the keyhole. In front of the scoring stand, that number 1 car winning A1, looking to wrap up USGT here. He has 15 seconds left to go. Traffic shouldn't be an issue as we are less than 10 on the race clock. That's the clock, Chris. Those are your 2 leaders. Next car's second place as well.
Richard Johnston done.
Thank you.
Ralph Nitzlow done.
Finish your lap.
Rodriguez done.
Asher Brinson coming across the
Gonzo
keyhole here
done.
in front of the scoring stand to run across the line to win your
Ashton Brinson
USGT
Yvonne Dixon
and
done.
lock it up.
All drivers are finished.
Ivan Dixon's
Chris
going to go
Leach
into
done.
the 2 spot. Todd Sowich 3, Richard Johnson 4, Ralph Nitzel 5, Yulen Rodriguez 6, Chris Leach 7, Jeff Vlasic in the 8.
The race is completed.
All right, set your cars down in tech.
Up next, race number 16. 17.5
Once again, there'll be a
non-timer.
5-minute break
A two-lane.
after this race. All right, we're going to do our driver introductions. Let me get my people where they need to be. Ashton here is marshalling by me. Flassic by the Portalets. Dixon entering the chicane. Johnson by the Trinity trailer. Soch in the middle. Nitzel in the keyhole. Rodriguez in front of the driver's stand. Leach in the chicane. All right. Starting in that 10 spot. Driving in X4 or X-Ray X4 with a Sandwall servo. Zoo Wolverine body. R1 motor. Some Powdow thick boy batteries with a Sandwall radio and R1 speed controller. His sponsors include Blacklisted RC, michaelsrchobbies.com. Thanks to Chris G. and Corey and Chad for the help all week. From Winter Garden, Florida, starting in that 10 spot is Jimmy Morris. Starting the 9 spot, driving an Automatics MMX using a Sandwall servo, J Concepts body, Trinity slot machine motor, SMC batteries, a Sandwall M17 radio, and LRP speed controller. His sponsors include Automatics USA and SMC. He's from Centerville, Virginia. Your 9th place qualifier is Billy Spence. Starting in the 8th spot, driving an Automatics A800 MMX with MKS servo, Montec body, Trinity slot machine motor, Sunpadao battery, Sandwall radio, Tegan speed controller. His sponsors include BS Tires, TQ Wire, BS Works, Side Piece Racing. Thanks to Kevin from Trinity for all the horsepower. To my new wife, watch out, I'm coming home tonight from Seattle, Washington. Starting in that 8th spot is Michael Hanelek. Driving an X-Ray X4 22 in the 7th spot, driving an X-Ray X4 22 chassis with Savox servo, Zoo Wolverine body, Trinity X Factor motor, R1 batteries, Sandwall radio, and a Reedy speed controller. His sponsors include Team Daytona, X-Ray, RC America, and Team Circulator from Lenexa, Kansas. Starting in the 7th spot is Troy Schaefer. Starting 6th with driving an Infinity IF 14.2 with Power HD servo, J Concepts body, Phantom motor, Phantom battery. His sponsors include Infinity, Wallace Motorsports. Special thanks to Anthony and Dave for all the help. From Miami, Florida, starting in that 6th spot is DJ Apolero. Starting in the 5th spot, he's using a Trinity motor and a Trinity battery. He's from Naples, Florida. Starting in that 5th spot is Corey Reckert. Starting in the 4th spot, driving in X-Ray T421 with Sandwall Servo, DBX body, Trinity slot machine motor, Trinity 6200 battery, Sandwall M12 radio, and a Trinity speed controller. His sponsors include Trinity, X-Ray, RC America, Serpent America, Avid, Aeromax, Dash, C-Tech Marine Electronics, Blacklisted, MichaelsRCHobbies.com. Thank you to everyone in the pits. Thank you to Trinity for all the horsepower. And thank you, Joe, and all the involved for a great race. From Fort Myers, Florida, your 4th place qualifier is Corey Parsons. Starting 3rd, driving an Awesomatics with Sandwall Servo, Zoo Racing Wolverine body, Trinity slot machine motor, Sunpadal battery, Sandwall radio, and Tegan speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics, Sunpadal, Alpha Pace, EA Motorsports, Avid, TQ Wire, 1UP Racing, Sandwall, BS Works, and 180 Raceway. From Baltimore, Maryland, your 3rd place qualifier is Craig Xavier. Starting 2nd, driving an Infinity IF 14-2 with Highest RC Servo, J Concepts AR2 body, Phantom motor, Phantom battery with a Sandwall radio and a Hobbywing G2 speed controller. His sponsors include Wallace Motorsports, Infinity, Team Phantom, J Concepts, Axon, 1UP Racing, SMJ, MM33. Special thanks to my wife and Joe Conte for the support. Also, thank you to the Wallace team for a great week in the pits and Valkyria RC for their hard work to put on this race. From Coral Springs, Florida, your 2nd place starter is Dave Vera. Starting on the pole, driving an X-Ray X4 with Sandwall Servo, Wolverine body, BAM speed tuned X Factor, PCR battery, Sandwall radio, and an Orca speed controller. His sponsors include X-Ray, RC America, Orca, PCR, 1UP, Hootie, BAM Speed, Avid, RC Maker, TQ Wires, Sweep, 2mm Designs, BS Works, 1A1 Graphics. Special thanks to Curtis for the RIP, Valkyria RC crew for the hard work and great facility. From Westminster, Maryland, your 17.5 Touring Car TQ is Mike G. All right, guys, we'll get them checked in. Mike G taking A1. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead, bring them over, set the grid. Where's Jeff Flassick at? Jeff Flassick, where you at? All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your 17.5 Touring Car A2. Awesome freight train at the start, guys. Great job. Looked amazing. Still freight training all the way around the track. G out in that whole shot. Vera 2, Xavier 3, Parsons in the 4. Record 5. Apolero 6, Schaefer 7. Spence 8, Hanlick 9, Morrison to 10. Meanwhile, up front, Mike G holding on that top spot. 7/10 up on Vera in that 2. Xavier 3. One down, 5 to go, drivers. Once again, there'll be a 5-minute break after this race. G in that top spot. Vera in the 2. Xavier 3. Parsons 4. 2, 3, 4. Apolero taking a look on the inside of Record, able to make the pass up to that 5 spot. Record down to the 6. G now 1 second, 1.2 up on Vera in that 2 spot. Xavier 3, Parsons 4, Apolero 5. Minute 45 down, 4:15 left to go, drivers. G hold on to that top spot. Great racing, guys. Can't wait to keep respect on each other. As G now crossing the line, starting to pull away. Now 1.4 seconds over Vera in the 2. Xavier just a half a second back from Vera. So that's going to be a battle for second and third. It is cars 2 and 3. Corey Parsons just a little bit back from that battle. Mike G holding on to that top spot. Getting ready to come up on some traffic. Eight-car leader is behind you. 250 down, 310 left to go. Thank you very much. Mike G holding on that top spot. 1.4 is the separation between him and Vera in the 2. Xavier in that 3 spot, just a half a second back from Vera. Oh, your leader having some trouble on the straightaway. That's going to allow Vera up to that top spot. G down to the 2. As they work in through the chicane now down the straightaway, we are 2:35 left to go. Vera in that top spot. G in the 2. Xavier off that battle now a little bit in the 3. Through the chicane down the straightaway they go. Dave Vera hold on to that top spot. Mike G in the 2. Dave Vera now trying to hold on that top spot. Forcing A3 here with 2:15 left to go. Vera in that top spot. G2 down the straightaway they work. It was dead heat last time by. They went across the stand, or across the line. G catching it again. Now that's going to allow Vera up a little bit. Xavier trying to capitalize on those mistakes now, as he's just 1.3 back from G. Pick your leader up now. G starting to close that gap down the straightaway. They work. Vera in that top spot. G here into the keyhole now, crossing the line with 1:20 to go, drivers. Minute 10 left to go, drivers. Vera in that top spot. G2, Xavier 3. One minute to go. We are in the final minute here. Dave Vera trying to hold off Mike G and a force in A3. Vera in that top spot. G in the 2. Down the straightaway they go, coming off the straightaway. Through the keyhole, Vera holding on that top spot. It is 2-1-3 running order. And through the chicane, down, coming onto the straightaway. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. Vera going wide here in front of the scoring stand. G took a look, unable to make the pass now, working into the chicane. Down the straightaway with 15 seconds left to go. Drivers in through the keyhole. They're going to get this and one more lap in. Now through the inner loop, coming in through the short chute, now through the chicane. Side by side through the chicane. Vera catching a little bit of curving. Down the straightaway they go. Vera able to pull away just a bit on the straightaway, working the keyhole now into the inside to the line. Oh, they get together.
Mike G done. Dave Vera done.
Keep going. Track's still hot. Track is
Craig
still
Xavier
hot.
done. Michael Hanulik done. DJ Apolaro done. Corey Record done. All drivers are finished.
And Mike
Spence
G's going to win A2 and lock your 17.5
race is
touring
completed.
car championship up. Dave Vera in the 2. Craig Xavier 3. DJ Apolaro in the 4. Corey Record 5. Billy Spence 6. Troy Schaefer 7. Corey Parsons 8. Michael Henlick 9. And Jimmy Morris in the 10. All right.
next,
We're going to take
race
a
number
5-minute
17.
break.
GT12. A 2 main.
And GT12 will be on the line. All right, we got 3 minutes left. So race 16, start making your way back out to Marshall. Race 17 should be in or through Tech. All right. All right. Let's get my marshals out here in place. I'm going to start our driver introductions for GT12. Starting at 10 spot, driving a CRC CK25 AR with CRC tires, Sandwall servo, Montec GT3 Porsche body with a Trinity motor and batteries, Sandwall M17 radio, and a Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors include Kimbrough, Boca Bearings, Serpent, plus all my longtime friends that have helped me over many years of racing. From Jacksonville, Florida, starting in the 10 spot is going to be Bill Frayden. In the 9 spot, driving a CRC CK25 using CRC track magnet tires, Sandwall servo, Fat Bodies MCL body, Team Powers motor, Team EAM batteries, Sandwall M12 radio, and a Hobby Wing speed controller. He would like to thank Kenny Powers, Austin Powers, but most of all Team Powers for all of the support over the years. From Jupiter, Florida, starting in the 9 spot will be Ken Moss. Starting 8th, driving an X-Ray with contact tires, Sandwall servo, Fat Bodies body, Trinity motor, Aeromax battery, Sandwall radio, Hobby Wing XR10 stock speed controller. His sponsor is his son. From Weston, Florida is Franco Santanero. Starting 7th, driving a Schumacher with a R1 motor. His sponsors include Witts Racing. From Titusville, Florida, your 7th place qualifier is Chad Neuweiler. Starting 6th, driving a CRC with CRC tires, a Trackstar servo, Fat Body, Phantom motor, Redline battery, Sandwall radio, and Hobby Wing speed controller. He is from Edgewater, Florida. Your 6th place qualifier is Sean Wager. Starting 5th, driving a Schumacher chassis with BSR tires, Aerotronic servo with Montec GT3 body, Trinity motor, Speed Zone battery, Fly Sky radio, and a Tekin speed controller. He is from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Your 5th place qualifier is Patrick Perkins. Starting 4th, driving a CRC with BSR tires, MKS servo, GT3 body, X Factor motor, Trinity batteries, KO Pro radio, and Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors are Mike's Auto Repair and his wife. From New Smyrna Beach, Florida, starting in the 4th spot is Mike Bean. Starting in the 3 spot is Richard Johnston. Starting 2nd, driving a Serpent S120 Pro chassis, BSR tires, high-tech servo, Biddy Designs 720 body, Trinity X Factor motor, Aeromax battery, Sandwall MT5 radio, Hobby Wing XR10 stock spec 1S Speedo. His sponsors include Serpent, DeSoto America, Sandwall, Trinity, Aeromax, Dash, and Boca Bearings. From Miami, Florida, your 2nd place qualifier is Brandon Diaz. And starting on the pole, driving a Serpent S120 Pro with BSR tires, Sandwall radio or servo, Montec GT3 body, Trinity X Factor motor, using a Sandwall M17 radio and a Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors include Serpent, Boca Bearings, Sandwall, Aeromax, DeSoto Racing, and Trinity Motors. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Your GT12 TQ is Jesus Diaz. All right, my marshal should be in place, and I don't see him. Let's go, guys.
What number? 3 over there.
Back straight away, Billy. Corey, you know where you're at. For who? That's fine. All right, guys, got everybody checked in. Bring them to the backstretch. Get them gridded up. I said take them to the backstretch, guys. That doesn't mean make another lap. Let's go. All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your GT12 A2. All right. You have Jesus Diaz out in that top spot. Brandon Diaz 2, Richard Johnson 3, Perkins 4, Bean 5, Wager 6, Santanero 7, Neweiler 8, Fraden 9, Moss 10. Jesus Diaz trying to run out and hide here early on. We got one upside down in the keyhole. We are clear. We're 1 minute down, 5 minutes left to go. Drivers, Diaz in that top spot. Johnson 1.8 back in the 2, but your battle's going to be 2, 3, 4, and 5. Down the straightaway they go. 2 and 3. Johnson Perkins battling it out, crossing the line. They have just a half a second separation. Brandon Diaz in the 4, Santanero in the 5, Wager 6, Neweiler 7, Moss 8, Bean 9, Fraden 10. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. Johnson in the 2, Perkins 3, Brandon in the 4. We'll pick your leader up. Who's around the keyhole now, down the short, into the inner loop. Be coming up on traffic here in the next couple laps. Second place, Richard Johnson down the straightaway. He goes. Patrick Perkins in the 3 down the straightaway. $220 down, $340 left to go, drivers. Jesus Diaz holding on that top spot. Richard Johnson in 2, Perkins 3, Brandon 4, Santanero 5, Wager 6, Neweiler 7, Moss 8, Bean 9, Fraden 10. As we are approaching the halfway mark, Diaz 2.1 up on Johnson in the 2. Perkins in that 3 spot. Next car you see, Fraden will be your third place car, third and fourth. Thank you, sir. Battle for that third spot starting to heat up, just 4/10. Oh, your second place car getting in some trouble. That's going to move Perkins into the 2. Diaz 3. Johnson down to the 4. Wager in the 5. These points are changing every lap. But Jesus Diaz isn't worrying about points right now. If he finishes race up, he's going to win the GT12 championship. As we are 3:55 down, 2:10 left to go, drivers. Jesus Diaz still in that top spot. Now 6 seconds up on second place. Brandon Diaz, Richard Johnson 3, Patrick Perkins 4 now. Sean Wager in the 5. Newweiler 6, Centenaro 7, Moss 8, Bean 9, Fraden 10 with 1:40 on the clock. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. Brandon in the 2. We're going to pick the second place battle up here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. Brandon 2, Johnson 3, Perkins 4, 2, 3, 4, nose to tail. Wager right there as well, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in through the keyhole. Now give it back. Give it back. All right. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot now. We have Perkins in the 2, Wager 3, Brandon 4, Johnson 5, Newweiler 6 with 35 seconds left to go. Wager all over the backside of Perkins for that second spot with 15 seconds on the race clock in through the keyhole. They work. Jesus Diaz checked out a long time ago as we are less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. Perkins in that 2. Wager 3 down the chicane, down the straightaway they go. And that's the clock. Finish the lap. You're on Perkins, Wager side by side. Now Wager on the inside down to the line. It's going to be Wager into the 2. Perkins 3. Brandon 4. Newweiler 5. Johnson 6. Centenaro 7. Moss 8. Bean 9. Fraden 10. Jesus Diaz is going to win A2 and lock up your GT12 championship.
The race is completed.
So we're going to have a 5-minute break now. So 1:16, we'll go back racing with
next,
modified touring
18.
car A2.
A 2 main.
You'll be in the short shoot, Bill. All right. Got 3 minutes. Diaz will be here by me. Or Jesus by me. Brandon over by the Portalets. Richard Johnson entering the chicane. Mike Bean at the Trinity trailer. Patrick Perkins will be in the middle. Sean Wager in front of the driver's stand. Chad Neweiler in the keyhole. Franco Centenaro in the middle of the chicane. Ken Moss on the back stretch. And Bill Fraden in the short shoot. All right, race 18. Got a minute and a half here. Should be getting through tech. Race 18, Mod Touring Car A2. All right, race 18. Let's start getting them out here. Let's go. That is our 5-minute break. Just proofreading some of these sponsor sheets. I do have the right not to say certain things. Mangler. Has everybody showed up at least at tech?
There's some stand-ups over there, but no, they're very slow. I see about 4 or 5 people is all.
All right, we need to get through tech, guys. Let's go. Going to go ahead start off our driver introductions. Starting in the 10th spot, driving an Awesomatics MMX, with MKS X6 servo, Wolverine Zoo racing body with a Macklin motor, Sunpadal battery, Sandwall radio, Macklin M32 Pro speed controller. Thanks to Awesomatics USA, Sunpadal USA, BSR Racing, and Side Piece Racing, the Awesomatics team, Dave Vera. He is from Clearwater, Florida. Starting 10th will be Monty Panzica. Starting 9th, driving an Infiniti IF 14-2 with Power HD servo, J Concepts body, Phantom motor, Phantom battery. His sponsors include Wallace Motorsports, Infiniti. Special thanks to Anthony and Dave for all the help. He is from Miami, Florida. Your 9th place qualifier is DJ Apolero. All right, starting in the 8th spot, driving an Awesomatics A800 MMX with Power HD servo, Z Racing Wolverine body, Reds Racing 4.5 motor, Genzace Redline battery, Sandwall M17 radio, and a Reds Racing ZX Pro speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics, 1UP Racing, Reds Racing, Power HD, RC Maker, Genzace, MR33, Tony Sport, DRC, Super Rag Graphics, JGO Paints. Special thanks to Sam Isaacs for the tune Car is Dialed. From San Francisco, Florida. Starting in the 8th spot is Lex Tyler. Starting 7th. Driving an Infiniti IF 14.2. Using a highest RC servo, J Concepts AR2 body, Phantom motor, Phantom batteries, using a Sandwall radio and a Macklin speed controller. His sponsors include Wallace Motorsports, Team Infiniti, Phantom Racing, J Concepts, Axon, 1UP Racing, SMJ, MM33. Special thanks to his wife and Mr. Joe Conte for the support. Also, thanks to the Wallace team for a great weekend in the pits, and thank you to the Valkyria RC crew for all the hard work put in on this event. From Coral Springs, Florida, starting 7th is Dave Vera. Starting 6th, driving an X-Ray X4 with Sandwall servo, J Concepts body, a Hobbywing 4.5 motor, Aeromax 5900 battery, Sandwall M12 radio, and a Dash AI Pro speed controller. His sponsors include X-Ray, RC America, Serpent America, Avid, Aeromax, Dash, SeaTech Marine Electronics, Blacklisted, MichaelsRCHobbies.com. Thank you, everyone in the X-Ray pits. Thanks to Joe and everyone for putting on a great race. From Fort Myers, Florida, your 6th place qualifier is Corey Parsons. Starting 5th, using a Trinity motor and Trinity batteries from Naples, Florida, your 5th place qualifier is Corey Reckert. Starting 4th, driving an X-Ray X423 chassis, Sandwall servo, Hobbywing motor, Sandwall radio, and a Hobbywing speed controller. His sponsors include RC America, X-Ray, Hootie, RCCA, TeamRCCA.com. Thanks to all the X-Ray drivers here at the event. From Arlington, Texas, your 4th place qualifier is Chris Adams. Starting 3rd, driving an XQ10R chassis with Sandwall servo, J Concepts A1R body, Macklin 4.3 V3 motor with Macklin 6000 LCG battery, radios at Sandwall M17, and speed controller Macklin M32T. His sponsors include Express, Macklin, Sandwall, J Concepts, RC Mart, WRCE, F Sierra, TRC, Coral Springs RC Track. From Davie, Florida, your third place qualifier is Felix More Power Law. Starting second, driving X-Ray X4 with Sandwall Servo, J Concepts body, Orca motor, Orca battery, Sandwall radio, and an Orca speed controller. His sponsors include X-Ray, RC America, Orca, PCR, 1UP, Hootie, BAM Speed, Avid, RC Maker, TQ Wire, Sweep, 2mm Designs, BS Works, and A1 Graphics. Special thanks to Brian for the wings, Martin Hootie, and X-Ray team for the support. From Westminster, Maryland, starting second, it's going to be Mike G. Start on the pole, driving an Awesomatics A800 MMX with Sandwall Servo, Zoo Racing Wolverine body, Hobby Wing motor, SMC batteries, a Sandwall radio, and Hobby Wing speed controller. His sponsors include Awesomatics USA, Awesomatics, Sandwall, Avid, Team EAM, 1UP Racing, BSR Jayco, 2mm Designs, BS Works, Sweeps, A1 Graphics. Special thanks to the entire Awesomatics team as well as the 180 Race JMZ crew for the good times. He is from Bethesda, Maryland. Your modified TQ is Sam Isaacs. All right, drivers, let's get him turned on and checked in. Sam Isaacs 1A1 trying to lock up modified championship here in A2. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Bring him over. We're going to set the grid. All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your mod touring car, A2. All right, Isaac's out in that whole shot. G in the 2, Law 3. Law over the backside of G. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 going into the chicane with the freight train down the straightaway they go. Isaac's trying to pull away from that I mean, he's got a 1.1 second advantage over G in the 2, but we got G with Law all over the back bumper through the chicane. Adams in the 4, Parsons 5, Vera 6, Record 7. Tyler 8, Panzeca 9, Apolero in the 10.
No, I did not.
But there was no real big reaction, so I guess we're okay.
Isaac's in that top spot. Law in the 2 now. Adams 3, Parsons 4, Vera 5, G6, Record 7, Tyler 8, Panzeca 9. Isaac's trying to pull away. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Law in that 2. Law closed in about 4/10 that last lap. He's making a charge for that top spot. A minute 50 down. 4:10 left to go, drivers. Meanwhile, we have Adams, Parsons, Vera, G. Nose to tail through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Law trying to close that gap. It is now 1 second between Isaacs and Law. Adams holding on that 3 spot. Parsons 4, Vera 5, G6. Record in the 7. G taking a look on the inside of Vera, unable to make the pass. Vera in that 5G in the 6. Isaacs holding on to that top spot. Law 2, Adams 3, Parsons 4. Your leader, Sam Isaacs. Crossing the line. Felix Law in the 2, crossing the line. Chris Adams in that 3 spot. Parsons in the 4. That battle for that 3rd spot through the chicane down the straightaway they go. Isaacs stabilized about 1 second lead over Felix Law in the 2. Meanwhile, in 3, 4, and 5, nose to tail down the straightaway. G falling off just a little bit from that battle for 3rd. As we are 3:25 down, 2:35 left to go, drivers. Isaacs maintaining that top spot. Law in the 2, Adams 3, Parsons 4, Vera 5, G6. Vera all over the back bumper of Parsons for that 4th spot. Meanwhile, Sam Isaacs holding on to 6/10 of a second lead over Felix Law down the straightaway they go. Felix trying to claw his way up to that top spot. Got your leader starting to come through traffic down the straightaway they go. Thank you very much. 8 car. The next 2 cars you see will be your 2 leaders. Law catching the curb and going into the inner loop. That's going to cost him some time. It was 7/10. Let's make it 8/10. So Law didn't hurt him too bad. Only a 10th with a minute 15 left to go, drivers. Isaac's in that top spot. Law in the 2 through the keyhole now in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. 0.8 of a second it maintains. Meanwhile, Isaac's in the Adams in the 3. Parsons 4, Vera 5, G6. Now Law dropping down 1.9 into the 1.4 back or ahead of Adams now as they are working traffic. 8 and 10, that is 3rd place. Thank you very much. 30 seconds left to go. Sam Isaacs now 1.7 up on Felix Law in the 2. Let's make it 1.5. Can Felix Law make a mad dash and make up this next 1.5 seconds here in 15 seconds is going to take a mistake from Isaacs. Less than 5 on the race clock. Isaacs around the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line, and he
Samuel
is
Isaacs
going
done.
to win your
Felix
A2.
Law done. Chris Adams done. Mike G done. Corey Parsons done.
Looking for
Dave
one
Barrett
more,
done.
and
Lex
everybody's
Tyler
done.
done.
Sam Isaacs is going to win
Monty Pensick
A2,
All
and he's going
drivers
to
are finished.
clinch your
Corey
Mod
Record done.
Touring Car National Championship.
The race
Felix
is
Law in
completed.
the 2, Chris Adams in the 3, Mike G in the 4, Corey Parsons 5, Vera 6, Corey Record 7, Lex Tyler 8, Monty Panzica 9, DJ Apolero in the 10. Set your cars down,
Up
come
next,
out, and
race
Marshall
number
Mod
19.
Touring Car B Main.
Touring.
You guys are on the
B
line.
Main.
Farrell, Hanlick, Morris, Larkin, DeSoto, Gonzalez, DeSidero, and Danilick.
So if it doesn't happen right here in front of me, it's so hard to tell what. Well, the angle you have of that. Yeah. But my whole view. I was literally watching them battle, so I just saw he came over. I was like, what the hell?
All right, we'll get our
Felix gets a 10-second penalty. Lisa, we need to call Tim, dude.
Yeah, I get. Yeah. I had 10 seconds, but that's going to make it a lap. It doesn't. You don't change the lap. Just the time. So he'll be the last person on that lap. Okay.
All right. We'll get our marshals in place. Sam here by me. Felix entering the chicane. Mike G will take you over by Trinity Trailer. You know where you're at, Corey Record. You know where you're at. Corey Parsons in front of the driver's stand. Dave here in the keyhole. Lex Tyler in the chicane. DJ on the backstretch. Monty Panzica in the short shoot. Right there. Right there. No. Right. Move down just a little bit. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. You're over by Trinity Trailer. I'm sorry. I apologize. Lex, you're in the chicane. Lex Tyler in the chicane. Oh, okay. There you are. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get him checked in. No check from Morris. All right. All right. So starting in the 7th spot will be Franco Desidero. In the 6 will be Pedro Gonzalez. In the 5, Joaquin De Soto. In the 4, Brian Larkin. The 3 will be left open, that of James Morris. In the 2 will be Michael Hanlick. And in the 1 spot will be Aiden Farrell. Let's bring him to the back stretch and line him up, guys. Felix, we need you like right there. Who's got you? Okay, gotcha. All right, driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. Next sound you hear will be the start of your modified touring car B Main. I got a body tuck. Clear. It looks clear. Got Farrell in that top spot. Hanlick 2, Larkin 3. 1, 2, 3. Crossing the line. Let's make it 1.1 seconds. Separate top 3 cars. Desidero in the 4 spot. Gonzalez in the 5. Farrell in that top spot. Hanlick 2, Larkin 3. 1, 2, 3. In through the inner loop. Down through the short chute. This is race 19. Race 20. Formula 1 B Main. You are in tech. Farrell hold on to that top spot. Hanlick in the 2. Larkin in the 3. Larkin all over the backside of Hanlick for that second spot as they work the straightaway. Farrell starting to pull away. 1.2 up on Hanlick. Desidero in the 4. Gonzalez in the 5. Farrell hold on to that top spot. Mike Hanlick in the 2. Brian Larkin in the 3. Oh, careful coming to the line. That was Hanlick. It's going to drop him down to that 3 spot. And Farrell, that red car through the chicane is your leader. Brian Larkin closing that gap for the lead as they work into the keyhole. Now in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. Let's make it 0.3 of a second. Farrell in the 1, Larkin 2. Down the straightaway they go. Farrell holding on to that top spot. Larkin into 2, Handling 3, Desidero 4, Gonzalez 5. Four tenths separate top two cars last time by as they work into the keyhole. Farrell in that top spot, Larkin into 2. And through the inner loop they go. Now into the short chute. Farrell holding on to that top spot. Larkin into Handling 2.5 back from that battle. Trying to get himself back into that battle for the top spot. We are 2:25 left to go. Farrell now 9 tenths up on Larkin in that 2 spot. Handlick in the 3. Handlick 1.8 back from Larkin. Desidero in the 4. Gonzalez in the 5. Larkin closing it back up on Farrell. Farrell with 3 tenths separation with 1:40 on the clock. 7 car, those are your leaders. Thank you very much. Handlick now 2 seconds back from Larkin. Handlick catching the chicane. That's going to allow Farrell and Larkin to pull away and almost lock in 1-2 finishes for him. But Larkin wants that top spot. Farrell wants to keep it. And through the inner loop they go. Now through the short chute. Farrell in the 1. Larkin 2. Oh, Farrell catching the curbing in the chicane. Oh, and upside down. Catching the wall and going upside down. Down the straightaway. That's going to put Handlick right on the back bumper of Farrell for that second spot now. Brian Larkin, 4-second lead, or 5-second lead almost now. Over Farrell with 40 seconds left to go. .30 seconds on the race clock, drivers. Brian Larkin in that top spot. Aiden Farrell in the 2. Michael Handlick 3. Franco Desidero 4. Pedro Gonzalez in the 5. 20 seconds on the clock. Battle for that second spot now through the short chute. That of Farrell and Handlick. Down the straightaway they go. They're going to get this lap and one more in. Battling for that second spot. Less than 5 on the race clock, drivers. Into the chicane they go. Down the straightaway. Brian Larkin going to cross the line to win your
Brian
modified
Larkin
touring
done.
car B Main. And through the keyhole now. Handlick
Franco Desiderio
taking a shot
done. Aiden Farrell done.
here at the
Michael
scoring
Underwood
line.
done.
Unable to
All drivers
get
are
it. Gets
finished.
on the curb. Gets into
Pedro
Farrell. Lets
Gonzalez
Farrell
done.
get back by. So Farrell into the 2. Handlick 3. Desidero 4. Gonzalez in the 5.
The race is complete.
4-1-2-7-6.
All right, set
Up
your
next,
cars down. Come
race
back
number
out
20.
and Marshall.
25.5
We'll get
F1
race
non-timing.
number 20. Let's get him
B Main.
turned on and checked in. It's going to be Fraden, Santiago, Rodriguez, and Sheffield. Right here, right over there, yeah. Go enjoy the fresh air over there, Mr. Handlick. All right. So, Brian Larkin, I'm going to have you go in front of the driver's stand. Brian Larkin in front of the driver's stand for me. Joaquin will be in the middle. Aiden will be right here. And Franco will be in the keyhole. Brian Larkin, where you at? You need to be in front of the driver's stand. Yeah, I can't see you back there. I don't know that you're there. All right, drivers, we got no Will Sheffield. All right. Let's go ahead and get them lined up, guys. Actually, Brian, I need you entering the chicane. I'm sorry, entering the chicane. Right down there. Nope. Go to your left. And then, yep, right there. All right. Starting in the 3 spot will be Yulin Rodriguez. In the 2, Ishmael Santiago. And in the 1 will be Bill Fraden. All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your Formula 1 B Main. This is race 20. Race 21, 17.5 touring car B Main. You guys are in tech. Got Fraden holding on that top spot. Santiago in that 2. Rodriguez in the 3. We're going to need a couple of volunteers for this next race, please. Couple of volunteer marshals for this next race, please. So we're 40 seconds down, 5:20 left to go. Fraden holding on that top spot. Santiago in the 2. Your 2 leaders working this short shoot into the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. 7/10 was the separation last time by. Minute 20 down. 4:40 left to go, drivers. Fraden in that top spot. Santiago in the 2. They work the straightaway. Rodriguez holding on to that 3 spot as we're 4:15 left to go, drivers. .215 down, 3:45 left to go. Fraden hold on that top spot. Santiago in the 2. Rodriguez in the 3. Top 2 cars working the straightaway. Working in through the keyhole. Santiago trying to close that gap on Fraden as we are halfway, drivers. Your leader's coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Last time by 0.6 of a second was the separation. Let's make it a half a second now. Santiago catching a little bit of curb, pushing wide onto the short chute. That's going to give Fraden a little bit more breathing room with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. 9/10 now for Bill Fraden. Four down, 2 to go, drivers. Fraden still holding on that top spot. Santiago into 2. 6/10 now. Santiago's starting to close that gap. Fraden hold on that top spot. Santiago now just 3/10 back as they work into the short shoot, into the chicane. We are a minute 15 left to go. Down the straightaway they go. Fraden hold on that top spot. Santiago taking a look on the inside. Oh, you got to give that position back. Thank you. $55 left to go. Fraden, Santiago battling it out. Now Santiago up to that top spot. Fraden down to the 2. Rodriguez 3. Fraden back up there, battling back and forth through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. $20 left to go, drivers. Less than 10. Bill Fraden's needs to keep it clean this final lap here. Santiago making a hard charge, but he was 2 seconds back. Santiago making up a second and a half that last lap, but Bill Fraden's going to hold on to win. Your Formula 1 B Main. Izzy Santiago in the 2. Yulen Rodriguez in the 3. Set your cars down, come back out, and Marshall.
Up next, race number 21.
All right, get everybody checked in here. Get my
17.5
marshals. I'm going to
during
need
round
a couple of
Main.
volunteer marshals, please. Fraden, you're here by me. You're right here by me, Bill. Santiago, you're over by the portalets. Are you? All right, you're in there. All right, guys. I need a couple of volunteer marshals, guys. Couple of volunteer marshals, please. All right, got one there. All right, and John, can you marshal in front of the driver's stand for me? Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, if you'll go over by the Trinity trailer for me, please, Henry. Thank you very much. All right, we'll set the grid. Starting in the 10th spot is going to be Alan Hall. In the 9, Ivan Dixon. In the 8, Daniel Crowder. In the 7, Rafael Agulo. In the 6, Pedro Gonzalez. In the 5, Furman Walker. In the 4, Anthony Shimizi. In the 3, Chad Peets. In the 2, Monty Panzica. And starting in the 1 spot for your B Main 17.5 touring car B Main is Jarrett Parsons.
How's the grid?
I don't know. Looks good from here. I'm in my own box.
All right. Driver's grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your 17.5 touring car B Main. Got Parsons in that top spot. Panzica in that 2. Peach 3. Gonzalez 4. Walker 5. Crowder 6. Schmizzy 7. Agula 8. Hall 9. Dixon 10. Up front, Jarrett Parsons starting to put a little bit of separation between him and Panzica. 1.2 seconds. Then Pete's in the 3. Gonzalez 4. Walker 5. 3, 4, 5. Nose to tail coming through the keyhole. Oh, Pete's getting on. Panzica upside down. That's going to put Gonzalez all the way up to the 2. Walker 3. Pete's 4. Panzica 5. Crowder 6. Careful through the short chute. We are clear. Parsons holding on to that top spot. Now with a 3.5 second advantage over Pete's in the 2. Walker 3. Panzica 4. Gonzalez 5. Crowder 6. Shimizi 7. Hall 8, Dixon 9, Agula 8, Hall 9, Dixon 10. As we're a minute 25 down, 4:35 left to go. VTA B Main, you are up next. Parsons holding on to that top spot. Pete's in the 2, Walker 3, Schmizzy 4, Gonzalez 5, Agula 6, Crowder 7, Hall 8, Dixon 9. Careful through the keyhole. We got one in the keyhole. Upside down. Parsons, we're going to pick your leader up. Here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line, Furman Walker, now 5.7 seconds back in that 2. As he crosses the line now. Pete's in that 3, Agula 4, Gonzalez 5, Crowder 6, Hall 7. .240 down, 3:20 left to go, drivers. Parsons holding on that top spot. Walker in the 2, Pete's in the 3. Walker, Pete's 1 second is the separation. Pete's closing it in on Walker as they work into the short chute. Meanwhile, Parsons 6 seconds up on your second place battle. 2 and 3 here in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. Then we have Agula Crowder battling out for that 4th spot here, crossing the line. Parsons in that top spot. 2:25 down, 3:25 down, 2:35 left to go. Parsons 6 seconds up on Walker in the 2. Pete's in the 3. Walker in traffic and through the chicane. The two all white cars is second and third. Down the straightaway they go. Allen Hall. Thank you very much. Parsons down the straightaway. He's got a huge lead crossing the line now. He's coming up in that battle for that fourth spot of Agula and Crowder. Meanwhile, Walker, Pete's 9/10 separating in through the chicane. They work, getting ready to come up on some traffic. Number 6 car, second and third, will be the next two all white cars you see with a minute and a half left to go, drivers. Parsons 1, Walker 2, Pete's 3, Agula 4, Crowder 5, Shimizi 6, Gonzalez 7, Dixon 8, Hall 9, Panzica 10. As we approach the final minute, we're in the final minute. Parsons still in that top spot, but the battle is for second between Walker and Pete's. They got one car separating them. The orange car, third place right behind you. Thank you very much. Down the straightaway they work. Walker into 2, Pete's into 3. In through the keyhole they work now in front of the scoring stand. Crossing the line. Let's call it a half a second separation. 35 seconds left to go. "25 seconds on the clock." Parsons in that top spot. Walker 2, Pete's 3, Agula 4, Shimizi 5, Crowder 6, Gonzalez 7. Less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. That's the clock. Everybody keep going until you hear your name or hear your name.
Done. Chad Pete's done. Pedro Gonzalez done. Yvonne Dixon done. Rafael Aguilo done. Jared Parsons done. Alan Hall done.
And
All
everybody's
drivers are
done. Jared Parsons is going to win
Daniel
your
Crowder done.
17.5 touring car B Main.
race is
Furman
complete.
Walker in the 2. Chad Pete's in the 3. Rafael Gula in the 4. Anthony Schmizzi 5. Pedro Gonzalez 6. Ivan Dixon 7. Alan Hall 8. Daniel Crowder 9. Mounty Panzica in the 10.
Up next,
Set your
race number
cars down.
22.
Come back out and marshal.
VTA
I am going to take 5 of you, the top 5 for Marshall Gav, and we'll have Parsons, Walker, Pete's. We'll take the top 6. I'm sorry, top 6. Parsons, Walker, Pete's, Agula, Shimizi, Gonzalez, Marshall. This one, I'm going to need Dixon, Hall, Crowder, and Panzica to come back for race 23. All right, VTA B Main. Let's get him turned on, checked in. So Parsons here by me. Walker will be in the middle. Pete's will be entering the chicane. Raphael, you're going to be by the Trinity tent. He's in the middle. Okay. And Gonzalez. All right. You're entering the chicane, Jarrett. All right. Got everybody checked in. Got my marshals.
17.5, sorry.
153. All right, starting in the 4 spot will be Chris Leach. In the 3, John Miller. In the 2, Charles Yates. And in the 1's going to be Steve Pennegraph. Grid is set, grid is locked. Drivers, the next sound you hear will be the start of your VTA B Main. Pennegraph out in that top spot. Yates in the 2. Miller 3 in the 3, and Leach in the 4. Hmm. 40 seconds down, 5:20 left to go. VTA, race number 23, VTA A3, you are in tech. VTA A3, you are in tech. Pendergraph holding on to that top spot. Yates in the 2, Miller 3. Close battle on the racetracks between Miller and Yates as they work this straightaway. Miller going wide, catching a little bit of the wall, able to keep going. Through the keyhole they work. It was 4/10 last time by. A minute 45 down, 4:15 left to go. Pendergraph holding on to that top spot. Yates 2, Miller 1.7 back now in that 3 spot. Chris Leach in the 4. .220 down, 3:40 left to go. Pendergraph still in that top spot. He's got a 5-second lead over Yates in the 2. Miller in that 3 spot. Miller 2.8 back from Yates. Leach in the 4. Leach 3.8 back from Miller. Halfway, drivers Pendergraph in that top spot. Yates in the 2, Miller 3, Leach in the 4. Your leader, Steve Pendergraph, working the chicane down the straightaway. He goes. Charles Yates into the short chute. John Miller now working into the short chute. Chris Leach crossing the line into the inner loop. Three and a half down, 2.5 to go, drivers. Four down, 2 to go. Pendergrass still in that top spot. He's starting to work traffic now through the inner loop into the chicane. He gets through it. Thank you very much. Yates in that 2 spot. Miller in that 3. Leach in the 4. Minute 15 left to go, drivers. Pendergraph in that top spot. Yates 2, Miller 3, Leach 4. Looks like we might have a dead car through the inner loop. That's our second place car of Charles Yates. That's going to move John Miller up to the 2 spot with 40 seconds left to go. Chris Leach into the 3. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. Less than 10 on the race clock. That's the clock. Finish the lap you're on.
Stephen Pendergraft done.
Steve Pendergraft
John
crossing
Miller
the line
done.
to win your VTA B Main. John Miller crossing the line to finish in that 2 spot. And Chris Leach crossing the line to
drivers are
finish
finished.
3rd.
Chris Leach done.
All right, driver Steve Pendergraft into 1, Miller 2, Leach 3. Tough luck for Charles Yates there.
The race
Set your cars
is
down in tech. Come back out
completed.
to Marshall. Race number 23.
Up next, race
That's
number
getting
23.
turned on, checked in. I'm going to
VTA.
need
A 3
my
main.
VTA Marshals. Pendergraft right here by me. Miller will be entering the chicane. Chris Leach by the Trinity trailer. Charles Yates by the Porta Potties. Ivan Dixon, get you to take the middle for me. Or Crowder, just take the middle for me. All right. You'll cross over after the start. Dixon will go in front of the driver's stand. Hall at the keyhole. And Panzika in the chicane. John, you are entering the chicane. Chris Leach over by the Trinity trailer. Pendergraft's here by me. All right, looking for a check from Michael Bruce. And Charles over by the Porta Potties. Crowder there. Panzika going there. And Alan Hall needs you in the keyhole. Is he there? Okay, I can't see. Thank you. All right, we got everybody checked in. No Michael Bruce. No check from Michael Bruce. All right, let's get them lined up. Got a 1 minute's grace starting now. So Ogdell 10, Larry 9, Engstrom 8, King 7, Balatico 6, Rona 5, Brandon Diaz 4, Michael Bruce will be 3, Jesus Depinto 2, and Jesus Diaz in the 1. All right, got 30 seconds on this minute's grace. Take it right over to that 3 spot and line it up. Or I'm sorry, yeah, the 3 spot for Michael Bruce. Nope, no laps. Take it straight to the starting grid. All right, driver's grid is set. Marshall's ready. The next sound you hear will be the start of your VTA A3. Stop.
Do I give him a jump?
All right, drivers. The next sound you hear will be the start of your VTA A3. Jesus out in that top spot. DePinto 2, Bruce 3. Brandon in the 4. Oh, we got one upside down. Hold it. No, thank you. Jesus in that top spot. DePinto 2, Bruce 3, Balatico 4, Rona 5, Brandon 6, Larry 7, Engstrom 8, Ogdal 9, King 10. Jesus Diaz in that top spot, winner of A1. Joe DePinto, winner of A2. They are 1-2 on the track as they work through the short chute and through the chicane. Michael Bruce right on the backside of Joe DePinto. 1, 2, and 3, separated by 1.2 seconds. And through the keyhole they work. Jesus Diaz still in that top spot, 7/10 up on Joe DePinto in the 2, Michael Bruce in the 3, John Balatico in the 4, Brandon Diaz 5, Greg Ronan in the 6, Jake Engstrom in the 7, David Larry in the 8, Dennis Ogdal in the 9, Stephen King in the 10. Two down, 4 to go, drivers. This is race 23, race 24, 21.5 A Main. You are in tech. Jesus Diaz holding on to that top spot. Joe DePinto in the 2, Michael Bruce in the 3. Michael Bruce took a look on DePinto. Unable to make the pass through the inner loop. Now down the back straightaway. They work as they battle it out. Jesus Diaz trying to pull away. 1 second. Let's make it 1.1 seconds now. Lead for Jesus Diaz. 2.5 down, 3.5 to go. Second and third down the straightaway. Battling it out. DePinto and Bruce. Bruce able to get by DePinto. Now into that 2 spot. Can he hunt down Jesus Diaz? Bruce in the 2. DePinto 3. Halfway, drivers. Your leader down the straightaway. Top 3 cars down the straightaway. Jesus Diaz coming off the straightaway into the keyhole. Michael Bruce into the keyhole. 1.1 seconds last time by. Bruce catching a little bit of curbing here in front of me. It's 1 second now. Michael Bruce trying to close that gap. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Michael Bruce 1A2. So this is going to be a battle for who's going to win your VTA. Here as they working through the keyhole. 7 car leaders are coming up on you. Your leaders working the chicane down the straightaway they go. As we are 2 minutes left to go. Drivers 2 to go. Thank you very much there, 7 car. Your leaders now just a half a second separation. Michael Bruce closing in on Jesus Diaz. Minute 45 to go, drivers. Next car your leaders will see will be that 0 car with a minute 35 on the clock. Jesus Diaz in that top spot. Michael Bruce closing it up through the chicane. It was 6/10 last time by. Now it's even closer as Bruce now right on the back bumper. Let's call it 0.2 of a second. Thank you very much. They let them battle it out through the chicane. They work. Diaz in the 1, Bruce in the 2 down the straightaway. Diaz getting a little bit better run through the chicane that time. Able to put a couple of inches in front of him. But Bruce closing it up here, coming across the line. Let's make it 0.1 of a second. They each won. Diaz won A1. Bruce won A2. Now they're battling out here in A3 for the overall win. Bruce on the side now. unable to complete the pass. They both catch a little bit of curb, crossing the loop. Now, there's a short shoot into the chicane. Diaz catching the curb in the middle of the chicane. Bruce on over the backside there, side by side. Now, Jesus Diaz holding it on. Bruce taking a look on the inside, making the pass up to the top spot. Michael Bruce in the 1, Jesus Diaz in the 2 now. 30 seconds left to go. Michael Bruce holding on to that top spot. Jesus Diaz still right there behind him, trying to find a way to get it. It's 0.3 of a second with less than 10 on the race clock, drivers. Your leaders come through the keyhole, coming across the line. Michael Bruce is going to win a 3 and their VTA championship.
Dennis Ogdal done.
Jesus Diaz is going to finish in
Joseph
that
DePinto
2
done.
spot. Joe DePinto
Greg
in the
Rogina
3.
done.
Greg Rona in the 4.
Stephen King done.
John Balatico in the
Balatico
5. Brandon Diaz in
done.
the 6. Jake
All
Ingstrom in the
drivers are
7. Dave Larry
Jake
8.
Ingstrom
Dennis
done.
Ogdal 9. Stephen King in the 10. Good race,
The race
guys.
is completed.
It was 3, 2, 1 finishing order. I'm sorry, 3, 1, 2.
All right, drivers, set your cars
Up
down.
next, race
In
number
tech,
24.
right out to Marshall.
21.5 touring non-timing. A 3 main.
Race 24 will be up. That's going to be Xavier Parsons, Pete's Young, Spence, Walker, Moss, Bandler, Flassick, Brinson. So we have Craig Xavier with a win in A1. Chad Peets with a win in A2. All right, let's get my marshals out here. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Marshals. Bruce entering the chicane. Diaz right here by me. DePinto by the porta potties. Rona in the middle. Balatico in front of driver's stand. Brandon by the Trinity trailer. Ingstrom in the chicane. Larry on the backstretch. Ogdal also on the backstretch. And King in the keyhole. Who's your marshal, Jesus? Or are you marshaling? Okay. All right, guys. All right, Michael Bruce entering the chicane. Michael Bruce, our representative, entering the chicane. Need a marshal there. Thank you, Michael. All right, let's go ahead, set the grid. No check from Furman. Okay. We got a good grid, guys. Give me a thumbs up. Greg, good. All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your 21-5 touring car A3. Great start, guys. Great start. We have Xavier in that top spot. Parsons in the 2. Young 3. Pete's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 down the straightaway. There. Top 8 cars freight training it right now. Parsons trying to find a way around Xavier. Into the inner loop now. Through the short chute they go. Xavier 1. Parsons 2. Young 3. Pete's in the 4. Give it back. I got a body tuck on Young. Careful through the chicane. Careful through the chicane. Xavier in the 1. Parsons 2. Walker up to the 3. Pete's 4. Bamler 5. Flassick 6. Brinson 7. Moss 8. Young 9. Spence 10. Minute 15 down, 4:45 left to go. That battle for that top spot through the inner loop. And through the chicane down the straightaway. That of Xavier and Parsons. 2/10 last time by. And through the keyhole they work. Now Parsons trying to find a way around. Xavier keeping that car 3 cars wide right now. He's watching behind him, finding where Parsons is going and putting his car there. Now Parsons up inside pass coming off the straightaway. Parsons up to that top spot. Xavier in the 2. Walker 3. Pete's 4. Careful coming to the line. Careful coming to the line. It is clear. Parsons holding on that top spot. Xavier in the 2. Walker 3. Pete's 4. Xavier holds this position. He will still become the 21-5 national champion. He does not need to win it, but finish second would be good. And in the keyhole now, coming to the line. Parsons in that top spot. Oh, we got a body tuck on that white car. .240 down, 3:20 left to go, drivers. Your leader, Jarrett Parsons, starting to put a little bit of distance. 6/10 now is the separation between Parsons and Xavier. Walker in the 3. Bamler 4. Flassick 5. Pete's in the 6. Brinson 7. Spence 8. Young 9. Moss 10. As we're just past halfway, drivers. Parsons holding on that top spot. Now 8/10 up on Xavier in the 2 as your leaders work this straightaway. Coming off the straightaway into the keyhole. Careful. Thank you. That is top 3. Thank you very much. Parsons through the chicane. Xavier through the chicane. Walker through the chicane. 1, 2, and 3. Top 3 separate by 1.9 seconds with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. .210 on the race clock. Jarrett Parsons coming across the line now. Xavier 1.1 back in the 2. Walker just 7/10 back from Xavier in that 3 spot. Xavier's going to have to hold on to that 2 spot to hold on to this national championship with 1:45 left to go. As they run right now, Xavier and Parsons tied in points. Parsons holding on to that top spot, starting a 1.2 second lead. Xavier in the 2. Walker in the 3. Have X-ray, Awesomatics 1, 2, and 3. Down the straightaway they go. 1:15 left to go, drivers. As we approach the final minute, Walker trying everything he can to get to that second spot. As we're 1 minute to go, Parsons still in that top spot into the inner loop. Xavier now through the short chute. Walker through the short chute. 6/10 separate second and third. Oh, Walker catching the curb coming on straightaway. That's going to give Xavier enough breathing room, I think, as with 35 seconds left to go. We have Jarrett Parsons holding on that top spot. Xavier 2. Walker 3. Pete's in the 4. 15 seconds left to go. Less than 10 on the race clock, drivers.
Rich Baimler done.
That's the clock finish
Billy
lap
Spence
you're
done.
on. Jared Parsons
Jeff
coming in front of
Vlasic
the
done.
scoring stand to
Kenneth
cross
Moss
the
done.
line to win.
Jared Parsons done.
A3. Craig Xavier
Clayton
crossing the
Young
line to finish
Craig Xavier
second,
done.
but that
Ashton
second
Brinson
place
done.
finish will be good enough
Herman
to
Walker
take
done.
their 21-5
All drivers are
national
finished.
championship
Chad Pease
with
done.
a tiebreaker on. Jared Parsons finishing second overall. Chad
The
Pease
race
will
is
be
completed.
third overall. Walker fourth overall. Spence fifth overall. Clayton Young will be sixth overall. Bamler seventh overall. Vlasic eighth. Moss ninth. And Brinson will finish 10th overall.
Up next, race number 25. 25.5 F1 non-timing.
All right, Formula
Pre-main.
1 A Main. Jesus Diaz in A2 locked up the championship for Formula 1.
He slowed down.
All right, Formula 1 A3. No check from Lopez. All right. So it's going to be Larry in the 10, King in the 9, DeSidero 8. 7 will be left open. Robert King in the 6, Wager in the 5, Neuweiler in the 4, St. Germain in the 3, and Brandon Diaz in the 2. The 1 is left open. All right, looking for my marshals. Where are my marshals at from that last race? Come on, guys. I got it. Xavier is right here by me. Should be by me. Okay, 1 minute right now. Parsons over by the all right. Pete's entering the chicane. There he is. Clay, there he is. There's Bamler. Bamler, where you at? Bamler, you're going to be in the middle. Rich Bamler. Okay. All right, we look good for marshaling now. Got 20 seconds on that minute's grace. And our minute's grace is up. All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your Formula 1 A3. Diaz out in that whole shot, followed by St. Germain in 2, New Isle 3, wager 4. Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Got Diaz in that top spot, wager in that 2, New Isle 3. Desidero 4, Larry 5, King 6, New Isle 7, St. Germain 8. Wager and Diaz battling it out for second overall here. Down the straightaway they go. We got Brandon in that top spot. Wager in the 2. Rob King in the 3. Desidero 4. Larry 5. King 6. New Isle 7. Half a second separate top 2 cars. Let's make it 7/10 now. Brandon Diaz in that top spot. Sean Wager in the 2 as they work into the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Coming off the straightaway. Into the keyhole. Diaz a little wide through the keyhole. Still able to pull a couple tenths on Wager. It's now 1.1 second separation. There's that battle for the lead coming down the straightaway. Rob King in that 3 spot. Franco Desidero in the 4. They get together. Give him that position back. Give him the position back. Thank you. Diaz in the 1. Wager now 1.8 back into 2. Careful in the chicane, guys. Careful through the chicane. We are clear. Stephen King up to that 3 spot. Larry 4. Rob King 5. Desidero in the 6. New Isle in the 7. $250 down, $310 left to go. Drivers, Brandon Diaz holding on to that top spot. Sean Wager now 2.2 back. Brandon Diaz holding on to that top spot. 3 seconds now separate top 2 cars. Pick your leader up here in front of the scoring stand and crossing the line. That up, Brandon Diaz. Sean Wager now crossing the line. Steve King in that 3 spot. Crossing the line now. Rob King in the 4. Dave Larry in the 5. Franco Desidero in the 6. Chad Neweiler in the 7. $210 left to go, drivers. Brandon holding on that top spot. Wager in the 2. Brandon just has to keep it clean and green for the rest of this 2 minutes. As he's crossing the line now. Next car he sees will be the 10 car. Four and a half down, a minute and a half to go. Drivers, Brandon Diaz still in that top spot. Sean Wager in the 2, Steve King in the 3, Rob King in the 4 now. Dave Larry in the 5, Franco Desidero in the 6, Chad Neweiler in the 7. Minute 10 to go, drivers. We're in the final minute. Brandon Diaz holding on to that top spot. Sean Wager in the 2. Diaz now 6.7 seconds up on Sean Wager. 45 seconds on the race clock, drivers. Thirty seconds left to go. 20 seconds on the race clock. Less than 10, drivers.
Robert King done. Brandon Diaz done.
And Brandon
Dave
Diaz
Larry
going to
done.
win your
Franco Desiderio
A3
done.
here in Formula
Chad Mueller
1.
done.
Everybody finish up, finish up. Looking for 2 more.
Sean Wager
Looking
done.
for 1 more to finish up, and everybody's
Stephen
done.
King
Sean
done.
Wager's going to finish in that 2 spot. Steve King in the 3. Robert King in the 4. Dave Larry in the 5. Desidero in the 6. Chad Neweiler in the 7. Jesus Diaz locked up your championship in A1.
The race
Or
is
A2,
complete.
I'm sorry. Brandon Diaz is going to finish in that 2 spot. Wager in the 3. Neweiler 4. King 5. St. Germain 6. Desidero 7. Larry 8. Robert King 9. And Juan Lopez will be in the 10. Set your cars
Up
down,
next,
come back out.
race number
And Marshall,
26. 21.5
USGT
USGT non-timing.
A3, you guys
A3 main.
are on the line. Are we going to do anything about that 21.5?
Did he suggest we do anything about it? Or did he just suggest that if you're going to call a wait, make sure that they wait?
He kind of just said make sure they wait.
I don't know exactly what to do on it because I didn't see the infraction. I didn't see the wait. I didn't see the lack of wait. I didn't see any of it.
Or it doesn't change the podium either way. So. All right, I got everybody checked in. Get my marshals in place. Yeah. So we have starting in the 8 will be Leach, in the 7, Nitzel, in the 6, Rodriguez, in the 5, Sowich, in the 4, Johnston, in the 3, Dixon, and in the 2 will be Jeff Flassick. Ashton Brinson said, I am done. I have already won. Still looking for my marshals, guys. Brandon there. Wager there. Steve King, go down by the Trinity trailer for me, please. And Brandon, right. All right, thank you. All right. Drivers, grid is set, grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your USGT A3. Got Flask out in that top spot, followed by Dixon in the 2. Sowich 3. Johnson in the 4. Rodriguez 5. Leach 6. Nitzel 7. Jeff Flassick holding on to that top spot. Ivan Dixon in the 2. Final positions are changing a lot here right now. Jeff Flassick able to hold on and win this one. He'll go into the 2 spot. Pushing Dixon down to the 3 spot. As they work the straightaway, so it's in the 4. Johnson 5, or I'm sorry, Sochin to 3, Johnson 4, Rodriguez 5, Leach 6, Nitzel 7. Minute 15 down, 4:45 left to go, drivers. Vlasic holding on to that top spot. Dixon 8/10 back as they working through the inner loop into the chicane, getting ready to come up on traffic here in the next lap or two. Down the straightaway they go. 8-car leaders, both cars, thank you very much. Dixon able to close it into a half a second that lap as we're 2 down, 4 to go. $17.5 touring car A3. You guys will be up next. Vlasic still in that top spot, 6/10 up on Dixon in 2 as they work down the straightaway, coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Vlasic in that top spot. Okay, stay low on the straightaway, low on the straightaway, low on the straightaway. It is clear. That was your 4th place car. Having some trouble there on the straightaway. Rodriguez up to the 4. Johnson in the 5. Nitzel now in the 5. Rodriguez 4, Johnson 5. Battle for that 4th spot. Meanwhile, your leaders coming up on that battle. Rodriguez, Johnson, leaders behind you. 2nd place right behind you as well. Thank you very much. But 4/10 separate top 2 cars. 2:20 left to go, drivers. Dixon catching a little bit of curving coming onto the straightaway. Vlasic hold on that top spot. Dixon 2. Let's make it 9/10 now. Down the straightaway they work. Coming off the straightaway in through the keyhole. Johnson 1 and 2 will be the 2 cars behind you. With a minute 50 left to go. Thank you, sir. Dixon getting by as well. Mets make it 7/10 of a second. Minute 35 left to go, drivers. Vlasic holding on that top spot. Dixon in the 2. Sowich 3. Johnson 4. Rodriguez 5. Nitzel 6. Leach 7. Minute 20 to go. Vlasic still on that top spot. Dixon 4/10 back, making a run through the chicane. Down the straightaway he goes, coming off the straightaway. Dixon trying to close that gap through the keyhole. Coming across the line, it was 4/10, so it's still 4/10. 45 seconds left to go, drivers. Jeff Vlasic holding on that top spot. Ivan Dixon in the 2. Dixon closing it into 2/10. Through the chicane, they work down the straightaway. They go. 25 seconds left to go, drivers. Vlasic in the 1, Dixon 2. Through the chicane, down the straightaway. Less than 10 on the race clock. They're going to get this lap and one more in. Vlasic in that top spot. Dixon right on the back bumper. 2/10 of the second is the separation through the inner loop now through the short chute. And through the chicane. That is the clock. Keep going until you hear your name. Down the straightaway, Vlasic seems to have just a little bit at the end of the straightaway, but Dixon closes it up
Ralph Nitzlow
in through
done.
the keyhole here in front of the scoring stand, making
Not
her
so
dash
much
to
done.
the
Julian
line.
Rodriguez done.
Vlasic's going to hold off
Jim
to
Vlasic
win
done.
A3
All
in
drivers are finished.
USGT.
Ivan Dixon done.
Ivan Dixon in the 2, Todd Soch in the 3, Richard Johnson in the 4, Ralph Nitzel in the 5, Rodriguez in the 6, Leach in the 7, Branson 1 in A2. That's going to move Vlasic into the 2 spot overall. Dixon in the 3 overall. Soch 4, Johnson 5, Nitzel will be 6, Rodriguez 7th, and Leach will finish 8th overall.
The race is completed.
Set your cars down,
Up next,
come out,
race
and
number
Marshall
27.
will get our
17.5
17.5 touring cars
non-timing.
out here.
A3 main.
Mike G locked up 17.5 touring car in A2. All right, get my marshals out here. Classic by me. Dixon. Yep. Soch in the middle. Thank you. Johnson by the Trinity trailer. Nitzel. Go by the porta potties, please, Nitzel. Rodriguez in front of the driver's stand. And Leach in the chicane for me. All right, drivers, let's go ahead. Get them lined up.
I am leaving this 100% in your hands. This is concerning the Pete's, Clayton.
Battle for that second spot with Parsons up to the 2. Xavier in the 3, crossing the line. So Parsons up to the 2, Xavier in the 3, through the chicane they go. Down the straightaway they work. Coming off the straightaway, Parsons holding on to that 2 spot. Xavier trying to find every which way around him now with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Through the chicane they go. Careful coming to this line. We are clear. The battle is for second between Parsons and Xavier coming down the straightaway. Car 4 and car 3. Meanwhile, Dave Vera 2.3 up on that battle. Parsons in the 2, Xavier 3 through the chicane. They go down the straightaway. They work. In through the inner loop. 2/10 last time by was the separation. Xavier closing up, catching a little bit of curbing through the center of the chicane, allowing Parsons to get a couple of extra feet. It's now 4/10. Parsons in the 2, Xavier in the 3. 1:50 left to go, drivers. Parsons now 6/10 up on Xavier as they work in through the chicane. Vera in the 1, Parsons 2, Xavier 3, Morris 4, Record 5, Hanlick 6, Schaefer 7, Spence 8, Apolero 9. With this run right now, Corey Parsons is looking to put himself on the podium. Xavier's going to need to get back by Parsons to get back onto the podium, as it is 0.8 of a second separation. Parsons in that 2 spot. Xavier in the 3. Xavier holding on to that top spot, 2.1 up on Parsons. 45 seconds left to go. Seven car, if they get to you, those are second and third behind you, just to let you know. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. If you're in that top spot, Parsons to Xavier now closing in on Parsons to the short chute. Into the chicane, nose to tail. Oh, Xavier goes two-wheeling through the chicane, able to hold on to it. Now we're less than 10. They're going to get this lap, and this is going to be their final lap. As Parsons through the short chute, Xavier through the short chute now. Through the chicane, down the straightaway they go. That's the clock. Finish the lap you're on. Xavier Parsons coming across. Oh, Xavier catching the curb in. And it's going to put Parsons in the 2, Xavier in the 3.
Billy Spence done. James Morris done. All drivers are finished.
And everybody's done. Dave Veer is going to win A3 of 17.5 touring car. Parsons in the 2, Xavier in the 3, Morris in the 4, Record in the 5, Hanlick in the 6, Schaefer in the 7, Spence in the 8, and unofficially Mike G is your 17.5 national champion. Vera will finish second overall, Parsons third overall, Xavier fourth, Apolero fifth, Record 6th, Spence 7th, Morris 8th, Hanlick 9th, Schaefer will finish 10th unofficially. All right, drivers. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to go back racing at 3:09. 3:09.
Race number 28. GT12. A 3 main.
All right, let's get my marshals back out here. Race number 28 will get you turned on and checked in. GT12 A3. You're actually going to go here. All right, Xavier, we'll have you go over by the portalets. Corey Parsons entering the chicane for me. Corey Record, you're going to be over by the Trinity trailer. DJ will be in the middle. Troy Schaefer will be in front of the driver's stand this time. Hannah Lick, you'll be in the keyhole. Billy Spence, you'll be in the chicane for me. And DJ on the backstretch. All right, we'll go ahead and set the grid in the 10. Frayden Moss 9. Centenaro 8. Neweiler 7. Wager 6. Perkins 5. Bean 4. Johnson 3. Brandon 2.
Young blonde-headed kid with the Phantom shirt. He's going to be over by the X-ray pits.
All right, drivers, grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your GT12 A3. We have Brandon Diaz out in that top spot, being in the 2. Perkins 3, Johnson 4, Wager 5, Neweiler 6, Moss 7, Frayden 8, Centenaro 9. Brandon Diaz catching the crab. That's going to allow Mike Bean up to that top spot. Diaz down to the 2. Perkins now up to the 2 spot. Johnson 3. Wager and Diaz battling out for that 4 spot. 4, 5, and 6. We got top 6 cars in a freight train. Wager up to the 4. Bean holding on that top spot. Perkins in the 2. As we're a minute 10 down. Careful, careful. Let him have it, Johnston. Let him have it back. Thank you. Being in that top spot. Diaz back up to 2. Wager in the 3. Diaz in the 4. I'm sorry, Perkins in the 4. Johnson in the 5. Neweiler 6. Frayden 7. Moss 8. Centenaro 9. Minute 45 down. 4:15 left to go, drivers. Bean hold on to that top spot. Diaz 2, Wager 3, 1, 2, 3 through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. Being in the 1, wager 2, Diaz 3, 1, 2, 3 through the keyhole. Diaz on the back bumper of Sean Wager through the inner loop. 2 tenths separated second and third. Last time by through the chicane. They go now down the straightaway. Being in the 1, careful through the keyhole. We are got your leaders coming up on you. 7 car. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much. Being in that top spot, wager 2, Diaz 3. Two and a half to go. Drivers Bean holds on to this top spot, takes home the A3 win. He'll move up to second overall. Wager looking to be third overall right now.
Any chance the kid's on the track?
No. He's over in his pitch. I see him.
That means I'm getting closer.
Like the back row, standing up. He has a hat on.
Red shirt?
Yep.
Being in that top spot, wager 2, Diaz 3. 1, 2, 3 down the straightaway. Getting ready to come up on some traffic. Thank you very much. Second and third will be right there as well. Perkins starting to close that gap on Diaz. It's 1.6. Third and fourth. That silver car is your fourth place car, so be courteous with him, drivers. 7 and 0. You'll have fourth place right behind you. We have Bean in that top spot through the chicane. Wager down the straightaway and Diaz down the straightaway. 1.7 seconds separate top 3 cars as we're 1 minute left to go. Mike Bean holding on to that top spot. Wager 2, Brandon in the 3. $50 left to go. Stay low, coming to the line. Low to coming to the line. That is your leader, red car. Thank you. Second and third will be following right behind him as well. As Diaz closes it up on that second spot. 4 tenths last time by. 30 seconds left to go, drivers. Diaz really closing that gap through the inner loop. 20 seconds left to go. Down the straightaway, coming off the straightaway, in through the keyhole. They are both closing in on Bean. It's 1.5 now. Separate top 3 cars. 10 seconds left to go, drivers. It's going to be close. I don't think they're going to get another lap. This is going to be a run for the position here through the keyhole. Wager holding on to that 2 spot.
Mike Bean
Diaz is going to be in the
Sean Wager
3.
Brandon Diaz done. Franco Centanero done.
Looking for
Patrick
2 more to
Perkins
finish
done.
up.
Chad Newweller done. Kenneth Moss done. Richard Johnston done.
And everybody's
All drivers
done.
are
Mike
finished.
Bean takes a
William
3.
Braden
Sean
done.
Wager in the 2. Brandon Diaz in the 3. Patrick Perkins
The
in
race
the
is
4.
complete.
Richard Johnson 5. Franco Centenaro 6. Chad Newweiler 7. Ken Moss 8. And William Fraden 9. Unofficial results. Jesus Diaz winning the overall. Bean will finish second overall. Wager third overall. Diaz, Brandon Diaz 4th overall. Perkins 5th overall. Newweiler 6th overall. Johnson 7th overall. Centenaro 8th overall. Ken Moss 9th overall. Fraden 10th overall. That is all unofficial. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It is 3:19. We'll go back at 3:25.
Up next, race number 29. Mod Touring. A 3 main.
with it being fulfilled to the extent by which you called it, and it's not really up to the racer to decide what the fulfillment is. It's up to the official to decide what the fulfillment is. If you decide you fulfilled it, I'm comfortable with that because I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, I mean, he slowed up, and Clayton even said he slowed up, but it was the whole body tuck issue. He didn't wait to get when Clayton got his body tuck untucked. That I didn't know you had to, because that being extenuating circumstances in my point.
Well, when you tell them to give it back, they got to give it back.
All right, well, that's my mistake then.
See, the big issue with it is in the next few months, this guy's going to be the fucking boss that's throwing the fit about all of it. This is why, as president, you can't fucking race. This is why it's
I see where you're coming from. So on this W9 where it says address, do I put my address down?
yes, sir, please. Your mailing address, anyway.
Bye-bye, lover boy. Thank you for providing us with an awesome show. Alexa,
All right.
if you need anything from me, call me.
Like I told you what I wanted.
Well, just call me, text me, whatever. During the
Okay.
week.
When are you gonna put?
By the end of the week.
Okay.
All right, race 29. Let's start bringing them out. I'm going to need my marshals from GT12 out here. Being by the Trinity trailer. Sean Wager in front of the driver's stand. Brandon Diaz by the porta potties. Patrick Perkins in the middle. Richard Johnson entering the chicane. Franco Centenaro needs you over here by me. Chad Neweiler in the keyhole. Ken Moss on the backstretch. All right, marshals, let's get in place. Looking for Ken Moss. Take the chicane for me, please. I see him walking down there. All right, guys, let's get them checked in. Get your warm-up laps. Richard Johnson entering the chicane. Entering the chicane. Like the short chute and entering the chicane. Thank you. Right about there. That'll be good. All right, we're going to go ahead and set the grid. So bring him around to the backstretch. Panzico being the 10. Apolero 9. Tyler 8. Vera 7. Parsons 6. Record 5. Adams 4. Law 3. G will go off 2. Sam Isaacs clinched it in A2. All right. Driver. Oh, I need to get a set grid. All right, grid is set. Grid is got to change. Thank you. Got a thumbs up. All right, drivers. Grid is set. Grid is locked. The next sound you hear will be the start of your modified touring car A3. All right, good start, guys. We got G out in that top spot. Adams in the 2. Law 3. Parsons 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we got a small break. Then we have Tyler in the 5. Vera 6. G holding on that top spot. Adams in 2. Law 3. Parsons 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Freight train and now around the keyhole in front of the scoring stand and coming across the line. One, two, three, four through the inner loop. Law taking a look on the inside of Adams, unable to make the pass for that second spot. Down the straightaway they go. G holding on that top spot. Adams in the 2. Law 3. Parsons 4. Parsons taking a look on the inside. Law slamming the door shut as now they work into the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. G in that top spot. Adams 2. Law 3. Parsons 4. Top 2 starting to make a little bit of a breakaway between Parsons and Law, with Parsons up to the 3, Law in the 4 now. Parsons trying to close that gap. All 4 cars now back together. 1, 2, 3, 4 through the inner loop now, through the short chute and through the chicane. G in the top spot. Adams 2. Parsons 3. Law now taking the inside up to... Now careful through the short chute, guys. Careful through the short chute. G in that top spot. Adams 2. Parsons 3. Tyler in the 4 now. .240 down. 320 left to go, drivers. G stolen on that top spot. Adams right there in the 2. Down through the short chute they go, in through the chicane. Down the straightaway they go. G holding on that top spot. Adams 2. Parsons falling off that battle just a little bit. Meanwhile, up front, G catching a little bit of curbing. Adams taking a look on the inside now through the chicane. They go down the straightaway. They work. We are 320 down, 240 left to go, drivers. G still in that top spot. We have a separation of 1/10 last time by. G into 1, Adams 2, Parsons 3, 1, 2, 3 through the keyhole, crossing the line in through the inner loop. Parsons 7/10 back from G. So top 3 cars separate by just 7/10 of a second. It is any one of those races. Oh, Adams making the pass, entering the chicane. So Adams up to the top spot, G into the 2, Parsons 3 now. Just under 2 minutes left to go. That pass would move Adams to second overall. Your battle for your top spot through the chicane, down the straight. Away they go. Adams in the 1, G2, Parsons 3. Minute and a half on the clock, drivers. Chris Adams now 6/10 up on G in that 2 spot. Parsons in the 3. Parsons just 3/10 back from G. As top 3 start to close it in once again. 1 second separate top 3 cars. Oh, G catching the curbing. That's going to allow Parsons up to the 2 spot. G down to the 3. One minute to go, drivers. We're in the final minute. Adams in that top spot, crossing the line. Parsons crossing the line into 2. G crossing the line into 3. It's now 1.9 separate top 3 cars. Is your leader working the keyhole in front of the scoring stand, crossing the line. Chris Adams has a 1.1 second advantage over Corey Parsons in the 2. Mike G in the 3. He's 9/10 back from Parsons. 30 seconds on the race clock, drivers. Adams holding on to that top spot. Parsons 2, G3. Less than 10, drivers. That's the
done.
clock.
Chris Adams
Chris
done.
Adams going to cross the
Corey
line
Parsons
to win
done.
A3
Mike G
here
done.
in modified touring car. Corey Parsons crossing over to finish second.
Dave
Mike
Vera
G
done.
finishing third. Vera in the 4.
Lex Tyler done.
Tyler 5.
Monty
Panzica 6.
Panzica
Law
done.
7. A record
All drivers
8.
are finished. Felix Law done. The race is
So
completed.
unofficially, Sam Isaacs is your modified touring car champion. Chris Adams unofficially second. Mike G third. Corey Parsons fourth. Dave Vera fifth. Felix Law sixth. Corey Record seventh. Lex Tyler eighth. Monty Panzica ninth. DJ Apolero 10th unofficially. Take your cars to tech. Give us a few moments so that we can get everything ready.
results for the awards.
All right, guys, get ready. We're getting ready to start the award ceremony here in just a couple of moments. All right, guys, start making your way over here by tech area for award ceremony.
I mean, like I said, I don't care how much picture. Next time I'm running 2 motors.
Yeah, just not in Aurora. So I don't care what you do next time. Is that next one?
No, this is a 3 racing car. This is their newest, latest, greatest innovation.
Where do they even come from still? Anybody still bring them in the U.S.?
What? 3 racing?
Yeah.
I do.
Do you?
Intigi does. TQ. What?
That's not a for sure. That's a horrible thing.
What? Intigi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, unless if it's still owned by the same people or ran the same way.
All right, we got some team pictures getting taken here. Then we're going to start our award ceremony. First class for awards will be USGT.
Like the solder doesn't know if I'm with my boat. That's why they leave them running.
Oh, I don't know who put it in there.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead. USGT. Top qualifier is going to be Ashton Brinson. Come on, guys. Ashton, where you at? You still here? Mom, it's award ceremony time. All right. Finishing in the 8th spot, it's going to be Chris Leach. Finishing 7th is going to be Yulin Rodriguez. Yulin Rodriguez. In the 6th. In the 6th will be Ralph Nitzel. In the finishing in the 5 spot's going to be Richard Johnston. Seventh. All right. Richard Johnston. No Richard Johnston. All right. Finishing in the 4th spot, Todd Sowich. Todd Sowich. All right. Finishing in the 3 spot is going to be Ivan Dixon. Finishing 2nd, the Trashman himself, Jeff Vlasic. And winning USGT, Ashton Brinson. Up next, going to be Formula One. Your Formula One TQ was Jesus Diaz. Finishing in the 10 will be Juan Lopez. Juan Lopez. All right. Finishing in that 9 spot, Robert King. Robert King in the 9. Here he comes. Don't hurt yourself, Rob. In the 8 spot's going to be Dave Larry. Finishing in the 8, Dave Larry. Finishing in the 7th spot's going to be Franco DeSidero. He left already, I believe. Finishing in the 6th is going to be Andy St. Germain. Finishing in the 5 spot, Steve King. All right, finishing in the 4 spot is going to be Chad Neuweiler. Finishing in the 3 spot, Sean Wager. All right, finishing in the 2 spot, Brandon Diaz. And your F1 champion was Jesus Diaz. All right, GT12. Finishing in the 10th spot will be Bill Frayden. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. TQ. All right, my GT12 TQ was Jesus Diaz. All right, now finishing in the 10th spot will be Bill Frayden. Bullfrog himself. He kept everybody happy with boiling sodas this weekend. Finishing in the 9th spot is going to be Ken Moss. Hey guys, take the car off the track. Track is closed. All right, finishing in the 8th spot, Franco Santanero. Woo! Probably in the toilet already. All right, in the 7th spot, Richard Johnston. Did he leave? I think he left already. In the 6th spot, it's going to be Chad Neuweiler. In the 5, Patrick Perkins. Finishing in the 4th spot will be Brandon Diaz. And finishing third, GT12 was Sean Wager. Finishing second, Mike Bean. And winning GT12 was Jesus Diaz. All right, we're going to move into VTA. Finishing 10th in VTA. Oh, sorry. TQ for VTA. Now he's taking a picture. Michael Bruce, you're needed over here. Michael Bruce, you're needed over here. Your TQ was Jesus Diaz for VTA. All right, finishing in the 10th spot will be Steve King. Finishing in the 9th spot, Dennis Ogdal. Good job. Woo! Everybody give him claps. He's been racing all of about like 3 months, 4 months, something like that. Finishing in the 8th spot, Dave Larry. Here he comes. Finishing 7th in VTA was Brandon Diaz. Finishing 6th in VTA. He should be a little bit, should get like a couple extra points because I butchered his name all week long. John Balatico. Oh, okay. Hey, call me if everything's okay. Okay. Finishing 5th with probably the oldest car here, running a TC3, Jake Engstrom. Finishing 4th, Mr. VTA himself, RaceVTA.com owner Greg Rona. Finishing in the 3 spot, he is the man for Valkyrie RC, Joe DePinto. And finishing 2nd in VTA is Jesus Diaz. I don't think I have to say his name anymore, thank goodness. And your champion for VTA, owner of Michael's RC Hobbies, Michael Bruce. That's why I called him up before I called TQ. All right, going into our championship classes, 21.5 touring car. Your TQ for 21.5 touring car was Craig Xavier. need to take pictures with the body you raced. All right. Finishing 10th in 21.5 was Ashton Brinson. Finishing 9th, Ken Moss. Finishing 8th, Jeff Flassick. Finishing 7th, Rich Baimler. Finishing 6th, Clayton Young. He left, okay. Finishing 5th, Billy Spence. Finishing 4th, Furman Hamilton Walker. Finishing 3rd, Chad Peets. Finishing 2nd in 21.5 touring car, Jarrett Parsons. And your 2022 Roar Paved Nationals 21.5 champion is Craig Xavier. What's that? 4? Okay. All right. We want to Roar wants to show the appreciation to Joe DePinto, the man in charge of Valkyrie RC. Want to thank him for letting us come in and put on this event. All right, we're going to move into 17.5 touring car. Your TQ for 17.5 touring car was Mike G. All right, guys, watch out. We are pulling up cables. All right. Finishing 10th in 17.5 touring car was Troy Schaefer. Turbo Dog. Thank you, Troy. Finishing 9th. I'm glad I was in the shed so I didn't hear him have to laugh all week. Mike Hanelick. He left, okay. In the 8th spot, Jimmy Morris. Finishing 7th, Billy Spence. Finishing 6th, Corey Reckert. Corey Reckert left. Finishing 5th, DJ Apolero. Finished fourth is Craig Xavier. Finishing third in 17.5 touring car, Corey Parsons. Finishing second in 17.5 touring car was Dave Vera. And your 17.5 national champion for 2023 is Mike G. All right, modified touring car, your TQ was Sam Isaacs. I like what I called you better. Finishing 10th in modified touring car, DJ Apolero. Finished 9th in modified touring car, Monty Panzica. Wait until I call your name next time. Finishing 8th in modified touring car, Lex Tyler. Finishing 7th in modified touring car, Corey Recker. Not here. He left. Finishing 6th in modified touring car, Felix Law. Finishing 5th in modified touring car, Dave Vera. Finishing 4th in modified touring car was Corey Parsons. Finishing 3rd in modified touring car was Mike G. Finishing 2nd in modified touring car was Chris Adams. And your 2022 modified touring car national championship or champion for Roar is Sam Isaacs. All right, everyone. We want to thank everybody for attending the 2022 Roar Paved Nationals. We hope everybody has a safe trip home.